Pauline, how you doing? Good.
Got it. Okay, that's okay.
Okay, where's the agenda?
Yeah, I had to look at. You got to go up one level. Go to presentation.
Healthy?
Go from
For board eyes only.
no, go back up to presentation.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. Agenda at the bottom.
Wow. Thank you.
Well, I had to ask him too, just because it was a little bit different location.
Where did it go?
I'm glad you're here. Okay. Yeah.
All right, where did my pencil go?
Hey.
I have to be serious.
And he can have it for the
Right over here.
It'll take time. No, he's not.
Right here in the gray.
Are you comfortable? We haven't like messed up the chair or anything?
Dragon
I think
fan.
we're good.
I don't recognize it.
You can't see? You can't see?
Well, don't be nervous. I'm the one that's
I know why.
Okay.
I kept looking at her like,
And then I realized.
Did anything ever...
She called me and I was at dinner with my family for lunch, so the conversation was weird, but yeah, she did.
okay, I have some more stuff. I do have more, so. Okay, cool.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
Call this meeting of the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees back to order. We are coming out of closed session and we're now back in open session at 7:02 p.m. And before we move on to the business tonight, I do want to welcome Dr. Steve Flores to our dais. Dr. Flores has been hard at work as our new superintendent since October 1st. You may very well have seen him at your schools, because I know he's been doing a lot of time out in the schools to get to meet folks. We're very, very excited to have Dr. Flores back in the district. For the past 5 years, he's been superintendent in Harlingen, CISD, to great success. We were just at a school board convention with board members and superintendents from all over the state. And I'll tell you, I had so many people come up to me and congratulate me on our new member of the team. So welcome, Dr. Flores. We're happy that you're here.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
So now, if you don't mind, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after the pledge, please remain standing. The national anthem will be sung by Manasa Conakerthy and Kendall Walshak, junior choir students from Westwood High School, under the direction of Daniel Arredondo.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's
Thank you very much, ladies. Now, we will now move on. Is there any business coming out of closed session? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item E, adoption of minutes. Nobody's lights on. We actually do have business coming out of closed session. I apologize. Ms. Cox.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the district to make a payment in the amount of $3,539.67 to Dr. Jesus H. Chavez Annuity Fund, as stated in Section 3H of his contract. This payment is based upon the board's evaluation of the achievement of specific, measurable district goals and is determined by the agreed-upon method of qualifying for the payment.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Cox, a second by Mr. Sellers, that the Board of Trustees authorize the district to make a payment in the amount of $3,539.67 to Dr. Jesus H. Chavez's Annuity Fund, as stated in Section 3H of his contract. This payment is based upon the board's evaluation of the achievement of specific measurable district goals and is determined by the agreed-upon method of qualifying for the payment. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? The motion carries 5-2. Is there any further business coming out of closed session? Ms. Cox.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees, precedent in consultation with the Executive Director of Assessment and Audit, validate the meeting of Goal 1 and approve an additional $1,111.12 if Goal 1 is met.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Cox, a second by Mr. Sellers, that the Board of Trustees President, in consultation with the Executive Director of Assessment and Audit, validate the meeting of Goal 1 and approve an additional $1,111.12 payment if Goal 1 is met. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? The motion carries 5-2. We will now move on to agenda item E, adoption of minutes. Ms. Ramir.
We're a little slow tonight.
Yes.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the minutes for the board meetings held on June 20th, July 22nd, July 30th, 2013, as presented.
Second.
Is that
Is
the?
that mine?
That's not the motion I have on my packet.
I see
Well, that's
something
the one I
different.
read.
I see. I'd like to amend that motion then. What's,
Did I miss something?
all I see is the minutes. Madam President, I move the board approve the minutes for the meeting held on September 19th, 2013.
Oh, that's
Is it,
good.
I'm sorry. I move the board approve the minutes held on September 9th, 2013 as presented.
Second.
Is that the one?
Mr. Bingham, I presume I can entertain that corrected motion. I have a motion by Mr. Chadwell, a second by Ms. Romero, that the board approve the minutes for the board meeting held on September 19th, 2013 as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously.
The old one.
We will now move on to agenda item F, board recognitions introductions. I believe we have Ms. Joylyn Ocusey here to help us with those.
Good evening, President Hannah. As I call your name, please come forward to be recognized and to have your photo taken with the superintendent and board members. Would Dr. Flores, President Hannah, and all the trustees come forward to help with your recognitions? '66 Round Rock ISD students were named National Merit Scholarship semifinalists this fall. They will continue in the competition for some 8,000 Merit Scholarship Awards worth more than $35 million that will be offered next spring. From Cedar Ridge High School with us tonight, Alex Brinson. in the middle, between the, there we go. There you go. Yes. Okay. Also from Cedar Ridge High School, Raymond Brown. Gabrielle Williams from Cedar Ridge. From McNeil High School, Min Jung Ju. Also from McNeil, Haley Peeler. From McNeil as well, Felix Zhang. From Round Rock High School, Nick Stefani. From Stony Point High School, Megan Grayson. From Westwood High School, Naveen Arunatella. Also from Westwood, Stephen Chow. From Westwood High School, Joshua Imperial. And Alexandra Jovanovic from Westwood High School. And Robert Phillips from Westwood High School. And campus principals that are here are supporting their students: Cedar Ridge High School Principal Dr. Danny Presley, McNeil High School Principal John Yonker, Round Rock High School Principal Natalie Nichols, Stony Point High School Principal Albert Hernandez, and Westwood High School Principal Laura Lynn Arterberry. Three Round Rock ISD students were named semifinalists in the 2013-14 National Achievement Scholarship Program, an academic competition to provide recognition for outstanding African American high school students. Round Rock ISD students here tonight to accept the award: from Cedar Ridge High School, Aisha Isaacs. We're here. Okay, from Cedar Ridge High School, Gabrielle Williams. The following Round Rock ISD students have been named National Hispanic Scholars, which recognizes exceptional academic achievements of Hispanic high school seniors. Students include, from Cedar Ridge High School, Alexandra Bermia. From Cedar Ridge, Alex Brinson. Raymond Brown.
Thank you.
Jessica Slaughter. Joel Wright.
Thank you.
From McNeil High School, Preston Bracamontes.
Thank you.
Mark Collins.
Thank you.
Also from McNeil High School, Benjamin Titus.
Thank you.
From Round Rock High School, Joshua Barker.
Thank you.
Christina Barrera.
Okay. Thank you.
Stephen Contreras.
Thank you.
Chase Alander.
Thank you.
Zachary Santos. Jack Tawney. Ryan Vasquez.
Thank you.
From Stony Point High School, Megan Grayson.
Thank you.
From Westwood High School, Caitlin Child Archuleta. Hope I did that right.
Thank you.
From Westwood, Meg Fernandez.
Thank you.
Megan Oliver.
Thank you.
Also from Westwood, Camila Howe.
There you go. Thank you.
From McNeil High School, Hee Young Sim.
Thank you.
Also from McNeil, Nicholas G. Is there any student that arrived late that I did not call their name? Okay, why don't you come forward and we'll take your picture and then we'll get your certificate in a few minutes.
Ready? Thank you.
Cedar Ridge High School, Siddharth Kaki. Near Nicholas. You can just use that one, or, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah.
Dump it in. All right. Can't see it.
And if you want to see the lady in that right there, she'll find you the right one. And also from Cedar Ridge, Nicholas Liu. Congratulations to Amanda Lipscomb from McNeil High School, who recently earned a gold medal for Outstanding Vocalist at the University Interscholastic League 2013 State Vocal Solo Ensemble Contest. Her principal is John Yonker. Congratulations to Ratik Goyal from Cedar Valley Middle School, who has received a $1,000 scholarship from the Raytheon Company. Cedar Valley also received a $1,000 matching grant from the company in support of math education initiatives. Matt Groff is his principal. Do we have his down there? Okay. Congratulations to Voight Elementary third grade teacher Stacy Rapp, who received $1,000 worth of classroom supplies as part of the 7th Annual National Office Max A Day Made Better program. Cheryl Hester is her principal. Wells Branch Elementary teacher Amanda Mattel was recently awarded a $595 check through the Sonic Limeades for Learning initiative. Limeades for Learning is a voter-driven philanthropic partnership between Sonic Drive-In and DonorsChoose.org. Congratulations. The Government Treasurers Organization of Texas recently awarded Round Rock ISD the Certificate of Distinction for its investment policy. Congratulations to Randy Stotts, Executive Director of Business Services. Thank you, Randy. And now, congratulations, Randy. Now, tonight is a special night for one of our board members. It's his 21st birthday, Mr. Brian Sellers. Yes, 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 we are. And Mr. Paul Tisch is starting it out.
Would everyone join us in a sing for Mr. Sellers? In singing? And there's only one way to start this in song. How's that? All right. So it's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brian.
Happy birthday to you, and many more. At this time, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Trustee Vermeer for a special recognition for Dr. Flores.
Well, Dr. Flores, I just wanted to welcome you to our first meeting, and the board had no idea that I was doing this, but I think that they'll appreciate the story that I have behind it. I believe during your interview you talked to us about a tie. Do you remember that story? The tie, and I believe it was one of your good ties. The silk tie, am I correct? Well, one of the things that I want to present to you on behalf of the board, to welcome you to your first board meeting, the fun and long ones. Hopefully, Catherine will do really good and be out here by 10. Setting the deal, okay? I want to present to you a silk tie that will be a reminder to you about the ties that bind us to our common goal, and that is to keep the students in first and foremost in all of our actions. So, and because it's silk, I know where you went to school. Do you have your glasses on, Brian? And I want to make sure it's already tied in a knot for you. And I would love it if you would have this as your new type of board meeting. Oh, fancy. Welcome to our board.
I'll do one picture with all of y'all real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Oh, God. I bet there'll be a UT tie in your future. Congratulations. Okay. This concludes our recognitions.
That's funny. It was very cute. Poor Ted couldn't bring himself.
I did it. You did not in the picture. I did it. I did it.
Really cramped.
I want to make
But
sure that
nobody took
His
a
fingers seized up. Brian,
and on
Ted couldn't do it. His fingers
yeah.
seized.
perfect.
And I didn't want a picture of a trustee like this.
Well, we wouldn't show which one it was, right?
Oh, yeah.
I am hot.
Yes, ma'am.
Alex, ready? I wonder why our audience is leaving.
You ran him off.
Nice one, Chad. Nice one.
Ran him off with the tie. Huh?
And be prepared, Dr. Flores. We always have lengthy recognitions because we always have a great many students, teachers, and as you can see, staff to honor. We'll move on to agenda item G, public communications regarding items not on the agenda, and we do not have any. We have 2 folks signed up for public communication, but they're both on agenda items, so we'll take those up when we get to those items on the agenda. And that puts us to agenda item H, superintendent's report. So, Dr. Flores, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. It is indeed an honor to be here tonight, first meeting, and we do have In the superintendent's report, we do have 4 items that we will speak to, and I call up at this time Dr. Martha Salazar Zamora to give a brief overview of our laptop initiative measure update, and also Mr. Lannon Heflin, our Director of Instructional Technology, to provide a report tonight.
Thank you, President Hanna, Dr. Flores, members of the board. Tonight, we will give you a very brief overview of the Laptop Initiative Measures Update. As you recall, last year, Curriculum and Instruction in the Division of Technology did ask for the board to consider a pilot project for 9th grade students. That was in the fall. There was some work that had to be done with staff development and purchasing of equipment after the decision of what equipment needed to be purchased. The equipment actually came in over Christmas break, and they were distributed to students in January. So technically, just so that we're all on the same page and understand that the project began latter part of January into February, March, April, and May. So we are working on a few months of a pilot project that then rolled into 10th grade. If we consider goal 6 of the district, it is to continue implementing the district plan for greater and more effective use of technology by students and staff in their direct work. Again, we know, as with every pilot, we are learning as we go, continuing to tweak and to encourage our students to utilize technology in a variety of ways. And we do encourage your input as we continue with this project and we make it even better as we go. I've asked Lannon Heflin, who is our Director of Instructional Technology, to guide us through a presentation tonight, and I thank you. Yes, I will.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and Dr. Flores. Welcome. Thank you once again for the opportunity to provide this brief update on the current progress of our Round Rock ISD High School Laptop Initiative. If you go ahead and click one. Oops. Other click. Click away from that. There we go. Just a brief background, as Dr. Zamora pointed out, that in September 2012, the board did approve the use of fund balance to initiate the one-to-one laptop initiative for freshmen at Round Rock and McNeil High School, which was supported Board Goal 7, now Board Goal 6. The initiative has been expanded at these 2 high schools this school year into the sophomore grades. Students and families that elect to participate have already been issued the laptop, and within the first few weeks of school this year. We now continue to work collaboratively to design and deploy a program evaluation, which is going to be the focus of the remainder of this conversation tonight. So voluntary participation in the laptop initiative is shown on this slide for both of the high schools and both of the grade levels. If you can see that we distributed almost all of the laptops that were made available to the students. So we consider this a success. The model numbers of the laptops are represented up there. Okay, click. So to kick the year off, we had a series of parent orientations and Q&A sessions at both of the high schools. They were held very well attended. Parents were presented the opportunity to take early editions of the handouts and the forms and ask questions about what they were committing to if they agreed to participate or volunteer, agreed to participate with their students. The evaluation team that have begun to assemble to consider what the successes of the program. The names that you see on the slide, you see Dr. Kathy Malerba. She's our Associate Director for Research and Evaluation. Involving her has been extremely productive and useful, as I am not a researcher, and she is. So having access to her is great. Of course, I'm on the evaluation team as well. Jeff Uzelman, who is our Secondary Technology Integration Specialist. Mark Gapart, the Executive Director for Technology. Our 2 dedicated ITSs, that's Instructional Technology Specialists, one at each of the high schools that are focusing almost exclusively on this project at the 2 high schools to ensure the success. Of course, they have other duties as assigned as well, but they are, as intended, working on the project. And then, of course, the 2 fabulous principals at the 2 high schools that we can't say enough wonderful things about the support that they continue to give their teachers. This is just a screenshot to show you a promise of a document that Dr. Malerba and I and the team have begun working on, preparing an evaluation plan document that we hope will be in draft enough form, if that's a term, to show in early spring. It'll be a little bit more complete. You were given a handout before. I'm hoping that you had a chance to take a look at it. I see a lot. I see
No,
some motion.
I don't think we have the handouts, and Patty's saying no.
That was not part of it. No, this was the logic model. Okay. Well, we owe you a logic model. It's really it's a graphic or it's kind of a graphic organizer. Yeah, I'm just going to explain it in slide format for you, but you can imagine it in a flow chart fashion. Dr. Malerba has put this together, and basically there are 3 different logic models for the research itself: a teacher-focused, a student-focused, and a community-focused piece, and they all have long-term, short and long-term goals. And for brevity's sake, we'll just talk about the long-term goals on the slides, and then I'll talk to you about the progress on the short-term goals in the coming slides. But so you've had an opportunity to read through these, hopefully before we came in. But you can see that they're all very focused on the acquisition of 21st century skills and bringing our community into our initiatives in raising their understanding as well. So moving forward, the area that we've been able to see the most progress in so far has been science. We're addressing the different curriculum areas as we go forward through the fall, as we design the study. Science, from the logic model that you don't have an opportunity to see, I apologize for that. You'll see that these are being implemented over the fall semester. This is the most complete area. We hope to answer the key question of, do students' engagement in content at school and at home improve over time? And to do that, we basically are using the student access to their adopted science materials. Sapling is the vendor who was adopted through instructional materials. And from them, we're able to we won't open the links for brevity's sake. If you had an opportunity to look at them, you might have seen that it's a dynamic chart you can zoom in and out of for any given day to see what hour of the day the students are logging in and participating in the various different content and assessment types within that curriculum. It's very, very informative stuff. And so we have about 4 weeks worth of data. We started a couple weeks into school using the product. We've trained the teachers, sat with them during their conference times. We had the vendor come in and sit with them during their conference time. We had the whole job alike in the summer was dedicated to training on this piece as well. And so, day by day, we're increasing the capacity for the teachers of biology, chemistry, and physics to use it. It's across all 5 comprehensive high schools who choose to use it, but we're really looking specifically at the 2 schools where the laptop initiatives are. So that's science. What we're beginning this month is to start to use Apex Learning Tutorials. It's a program we were just able to get access to this month. It'll be our math and English language arts focused piece. And it's a comprehensive set of end-of-course tutorials that the students can log into, participate in a diagnostic style exam, and then take at their leisure or with the direction of the teacher, and then participate in tutorials. They're very multimedia, very kid-friendly. We've really been impressed with the access so far. So we don't have data for this because it's coming. It's the next piece. But we're hoping to get similar data to what we're seeing with science. Is that time of day? Are we seeing that the students are gaining an advantage when they leave the school and continuing to access the content, the material, and the instruction as they go forward? Okay. We do continue to monitor our student and teacher access to the learning management systems that we have mentioned at each of the board meetings and board updates, including our Google Apps for Education. These systems are, in my opinion, a critical link between what happens in the classroom and what can and does happen throughout the students' time in and out of the school. The learning management systems that we use, that we've standardized on, are Moodle and Edmodo, and those are the name brands. Edmodo more so at Round Rock High School, Moodle more so at McNeil High School. If you go to the next one. The teacher dashboard is a new addition this year. What we're finding is that to increase everyone's capacity to get the most out of the Google Apps for Education rollout, that we are experimenting with this Google dashboard called Hapara that lets the teachers access the students' folders, their Gmail. It's a very, very rich two-way environment between the students and the teachers, and we're beginning to see, it's really just a few weeks old. We just really turned it on and got going with it, but we're getting a lot of very positive feedback. And so we'll see what data we can pull from that. We are, of course, using this is an example chart, for Edmodo. This is a representative chart. This doesn't show either of the 2 high schools. For confidentiality's sake, if I were to click on one of the high schools, you'd see student names there, not school names. But just to show you an example of the kind of each day for one reporting period, we can see how many students are accessing what type of materials. We get a lot of very good data from these systems, and we're going to monitor that every 6 weeks to see if we're hopefully seeing trend changes in the time of day and how much they're accessing these resources to show that the laptops really are making that 24-hour-a-day access available to them. We are, of course, using atomic learning. We've mentioned that before. We're seeing gains in atomic learning use by the students, and I thought I just, for the sake of tossing it in here, this screen represents actually our community members who are logging in to our atomic learning and accessing the tutorials for technology. If you remember that that's a resource we made available to every stakeholder in Round Rock in hopes that if they felt that they weren't, they didn't have the technical skill to help their student at home when they bring the laptop home with the PowerPoint, the Excel, that they don't feel like that we're not providing them with a tutorial resource to help them with that. So. The STAR chart is an annual assessment that the state has us administer every year. All teachers participate in the chart, which becomes the campus chart. You see McNeil and Round Rock numbers here in the areas of teaching and learning and educator prep. That's the TL and EP. And then, of course, they want us to move towards target tech, but the numbers at both schools are very good. You got a total score of 16 and 18. We want to see those 2s move to be 3s in the areas where you can move to advanced tech. The point is that with access to these laptops, it's much, much more likely that the teachers and students can move the mark up and get more and more towards advanced tech, because a lot of the category indicators the state puts out there, it's difficult if you don't have a one-to-one setting. It's happenstance that they actually get access to the technology, so it's difficult to rate yourself higher than a 2. So I think we'll see some gains here. So this is another metric that we'll look at, but we don't do that until late March and April and get the results back. So, and finally, working with Dr. Malerba once again to look at some related correlations and data trends from student attendance, discipline, marking periods, to just examine, again, new initiative. We don't have a lot of information. It's only 6 weeks into school, but what kind of associations can we make and discern from the data that we see over time and begin to paint a picture of, are we impacting attendance? Are we impacting grades? Are we impacting short cycle, what else do I have up there? Grades, discipline, attendance. Those things, we'll just have to monitor each 6 weeks and see if we're seeing correlate data. And of course, with Dr. Malerba's professional research skills, she's going to help us paint that picture and see what we get. Then the qualitative data from parent, teacher, student surveys, including climate surveys yet to be designed. We always want to know what is the softer side of it. Are we getting the benefit from just the overall use of it? Are we enjoying education better? Are we enjoying teaching and learning better? And so we're seeking input and gathering questions that will give us information that that will steer us and make sure we're going on the right path. And finally, just a couple of notes about professional development. I know that we are being asked what kind of professional development are we providing for the teachers, and recognizing that we're rolling into the school year, we've got a tremendous amount of professional development that's happening on the campuses. And not to bore you with the bullets, but these each line up with the areas that are in that logic model and that you saw in the previous slides. So the training in interviewing my staff on the 2 campuses, it's daily. I see they shared dates with me. I brought them in case you're curious, just the daily dates of the meetings and trainings they're doing with teachers. You can go one more forward. Things that we have planned, of course, APEX, which I mentioned is the Math and English Language Arts. Once that's officially switched on, we're going to do lots of training around that. Hapara is happening as we speak. Yesterday was a training around that. We continue to train on Google. Specifically, Hapara will have the vendor come in and do training as well. Atomic learning, ongoing training for the teachers and students. And then, unfortunately, we intended to really latch on to the Intel, that world-class Intel one-to-one, teaching with one-to-one. The timing didn't work out for us to do that in September as we intended. It's hard to get their time budgeted, and then to get teachers out of class for 3 consecutive days in the 3rd week of school. We only had that little window to work with them, and so when we didn't get the amount of enrollment that we needed from the high schools to make it really worth the trainer's time, and we punted and played into June timeframe. We're working in June, so hopefully that will satisfy the need that we are working on that comprehensive package, but we did have to delay it, unfortunately. Student training, lots of training around the care of the laptops. We're seeing some fragile laptops, some breakage, some things like that that are being addressed through training and through other means, but making sure that the students are safe, productive, etc. And that's all I have on my slides. So,
Thank you, Mr. Heflin. That's a lot of good information. I know board members have questions. We actually have one of our comment items is on this. So with the board's approval, I'll call up the community member who has a comment, and then we'll have our discussion. So we've got Nick Harris. And Mr. Harris, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
I'm sorry.
You'll have 3 minutes.
I'd ask for special consideration from the board because I do represent a group.
Well,
I'd like to have 5 minutes if possible.
On the form I have, it says self, so I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, and then the board needs to be able to have our discussion as well.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. My name is Nick Harris, and I'm an 18-year resident of Round Rock ISD, 2 children through the program, 1 currently at McNeil. I appeared before you some months ago to express my concerns about the laptop initiative. Now, understand, I've been involved in technology virtually my entire life, and I'm not adverse to use of technology in any way. My concern that I brought to you was about the lack of criteria, the lack of measurable criteria for this program. And when I asked about the origins of the program, there didn't seem to be any criteria that could be offered or reasoning for why millions of dollars were spent, tax dollars. And I was very concerned about that. As a result of that meeting with you before, my understanding is that there was an initiative to produce this report, and this was placed on the agenda for today because this information was not available when I appeared to you before. And I'm glad for that. I'm glad for this. This is a good presentation. Mr. Heflin and Dr. Zamora have been very gracious in extending their cooperation in talking to me about this program. And I'm glad to see some changes were made. However, there's still fundamental questions that I brought to bear the last time that are not being answered here. The 2 things, to summarize, the 2 major tenets that I brought to you before were, what is the measurable objective criteria by which you evaluate this program, and what is the criteria for success? Now, if you just listen to Mr. Heflin's presentation, close your eyes and just think about what he said. Do you know what the criteria for success is? Do you know what the criteria for this program to be continued? Or how do you evaluate whether it's a resounding success or an abject failure? There is nothing in this that talks about that. Some objective criteria was produced this time that was not available before, and I appreciate that. That appears in the FAQ, which I assume is going to be distributed widely to the parents. But a lot of it is subjective. Very little is objective, and it still does not have the criteria for success. So let me just say a couple of things. There isn't time to really go into all of the things about this program that I'd like to, but measurement of things such as engagement and attitude. I don't know how you measure that. It's referenced in the presentation, but I don't know how you measure that. I'd like to see the cost of this program. What is this costing the taxpayers to do this? What was the original criteria by which you decided to spend millions of dollars of tax dollars on doing this in the first place? I'd like to know that. When will we receive the data? I'd like to know that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Okay.
And I do believe we're going to be discussing these things tonight, so we appreciate your input.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I do have some board member questions, but Mr. Heflin, if I could ask you briefly to kind of address some of the citizen questions here. How will we know as a board if this initiative is successful?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So the categories that were represented in the presentation, again, recognizing that we're just putting those into motion in terms of identifying which curriculum programs we're going to be able to really get data from. So the science, of course, the math and language arts. The criteria is drawn from those pieces, in my opinion. So is it a success if the students, for example, are logging in and accessing the science curriculum adopted materials when they're not in class, and the ability to measure that they are using the device outside of the little window of classroom time that we give them is I believe, an objective measure that we can calculate and see that over time that we're seeing more and more students at different hours. The actual data is really interesting. You get 22 to 25% of the time that they're logging into that science curriculum is in non-peak time. It's after, and some of it's from midnight to 7 in the morning. We have even teachers that are logging in 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, I'm not going to debate. I was a teacher too. I stayed up late and lesson planned as well. But the kinds of numbers, objective numbers we can get from the science curriculum, I believe, give us the criteria for success. Are we seeing success because students are accessing that material? Now, does that have an association or a correlation to their daily performance and their grade in the classroom? I'll just be honest, in my opinion, that's very difficult to get at because of all of the factors that go into making up a student's grade. I would imagine, I would hope, I would assume that when we see this data, the increased access to these assessors, increased access to these lessons and items, learning objects, that the grade would also be improving in the class. But I would hesitate to say that that's the sole reason that that's happening, and I think that would be irresponsible. But I'm eager to see some correlate data to show that. But that's again, like Mr. Harris mentioned, that's subjective. The objective piece is, are they actually accessing the material more frequently when they're not in class, where they didn't have that option before? And I'm excited to see that piece. Again, with math and language arts as well, as we turn that part on. Does that satisfy the question?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll turn it. We've got several board members. So Mr. Chadwell, Mr. Sellers, and then Ms. Law.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Heflin, I appreciate the input on this. This is great, and I appreciate your response to Mr. Harris's input. I think as a pilot program, there's a lot that you don't know in advance, that we will develop that as time goes on. And at the end of the second year, maybe we look at this and say it wasn't a good it's not worth going forward. I think we will. I'm pretty confident that this will show it. It's hard to measure what the value of exploring something is, and it's hard to measure the value of going to a museum or coming to a meeting. You can't put a number on that, but there is value to it. The couple of questions I had were, students at home, how do you know everybody has access to Wi-Fi or DSL, or is that?
We don't know that. No, we can watch climbing numbers. We'll include that as a survey item.
Okay, well, I'd be interested in that because we assume I would imagine everybody in here has home access probably to Wi-Fi. Most people have DSL. But I do know that Google Fiber and I think AT&T is also coming out with trying to broadcast more. And then the other question I had real quick was the laptops you mentioned on slide 3, the different models. What was the difference of those? Just processor speed, memory, or?
Just the age.
Okay.
The
right.
Dell gave us the 3330s this year and the 63,
okay. Thank you.
whatever they were before. Thank you.
Mr. Sellers, Ms. Law, and then Mr. Tisch.
Mr. Heflin, thank you so much for the presentation, and Dr. Zamora, I appreciate that. And it was a pilot. I mean, a lot of people that were here, and in fact, your team has changed from who was on the team when it originally started to now. So we've seen a lot of change there. And I do remember this as a pilot. In fact, we had a very good board discussion of laptops versus tablets. And I was actually one who was pro-tablet simply because of the trend. And now we're seeing that trend is even more definite, that's moving towards tablet and away from laptops. I would like to see, this evaluation. I think it's something you have to do annually, right? Because I think your criteria changes as you learn things. You're going to have to go into the following year with your successes and work on the weaknesses, of course, in the program. But it's always changing because the technology is changing too. One thing I would like to recommend is that we do this presentation at the orientation with the parents. We can't assume. I would assume that most people do not watch our board meetings unless they're trying to get sleep and they're bored. I would like to not assume that they've watched our board meetings and do this type of presentation here. So, taxpayers such as Mr. Harris can be in the audience going, hey, I'm proud of this program and I'm glad we spent the money, and because they've got this criteria. And especially if you show the software, when their child comes home with the laptop and they're showing them, we want them to understand, okay, that's what atomic learning is. That's what this means. I saw that in the presentation. So I would highly recommend we do that. The other thing to add to your survey that you're going back to Mr. Chadwell's piece there is a hardware component in the evaluation, right? Laptop versus tablet. I mean, is your tablet faster than the laptop that we bought, right? Because that's always the concern there. And the software evaluation. So that's students and teachers evaluating the software, saying, hey, this is too difficult to use. What does the other brand look like? Their interface is weak. It's, you've got to be a software programmer to run it. So I would love to see that included in there. And then the goals, those are going to change annually as well. But I really think that the IT staff has to, and the instructional staff, of course, need to set goals. And don't make a lot of them, right? We all know if you set too many goals, it's just impossible. And so I think that it's important to set those new goals each year and have input from the students and the staff. Don't just have the IT department do it, right? IT department is very good at, hey, this is what the hardware will do, and this is what the capacity is of our bandwidth at the district, things like that. But you've got to have other input from the folks that are utilizing the equipment. And please include the parents.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Law, then Mr. Tisch, and then Ms. Romero.
I wanted to thank you for providing me the answers to the questions that I had. And I wish you would have brought that and had that as a visual in the presentation, because I think it would have helped Mr. Harris out, because it showed what the peak hours were, who was accessing it, the type of, educational software versus not. That's very important information that I feel our community needs to see and hear. I do feel that you can, in some way, measure a direct correlation between the increase in use in the systems. I really want to see what educational software, instructional software is being used, and the correlation to the grades. Because I think as we all want us to move to be 21st century ready and prepared, but what does that mean? We need to be very specific and have measurable goals that we meet. The Apex tutorial, I am very excited because it has math and the English. However, is it accessible during, do you need username, password? How high up in math does it go? The, English, what is the tutorial? What are the components? Those are things that I certainly would like to see. And as well as Brian Sellers, I do agree in the tablet. I lean more towards the tablet in that initiative in the usage. But really the data, it would have been interesting for everyone to see that, because it did answer those questions. It showed the peak time of usage and who was accessing it and what programs were being accessed. And so I would also like to thank you. The last time we had this discussion, I asked you, how are you locking down the security as far as all the social media? And from what I've heard, you have done a phenomenal job of locking that down, and I want to give you accolades for that. But I know the students have a way to get around it, so they
Clever.
load executables and things like that. But I hear frustration. Well, we get blocked and we have to enter special this and that, and I'm thinking, great, you're doing what we've asked you to do, and you're keeping it locked down. So thank you very much, and I'd be interesting to see the rest of how this progresses.
If I can mention just a couple things to your points, because I appreciate you bringing that up. I did bring a paper copy for everyone who wants to see the document she's referencing. Yes. With the graphics, so I can.
Well, and that may be something, Dr. Flores, that could be shared with us as part of the Friday update, because I know that, other board members would probably find it helpful as well.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
It may be, and sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. It may be something that, if there's more things that could be shared on the website, so members of the community and folks that have questions, like we know they do,
that would be perfect.
Could access
on the web.
Yes, because I think that it would address a lot of, some of the questions that Mr. Harris had.
Right. Thank you. And so the Apex, in order, for brevity's sake again,
sure.
the slide that mentions Apex, that's the link that I included for, mentions the math programs and the English language arts curriculum areas, the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, the ones that are EOC tested. So, but I encourage you to click on that link if you get a chance. And then
sorry
That's okay.
to interrupt, but have we thought about like the pre-AP geometry and things like that? Because there's that small window where the kids have access, but if they could go online, they're all about going online and doing that.
Apex currently only offers those.
Okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. And so, yeah, focusing in on science, English language arts, and math as we build this program going forward. Appreciate Mr. Seller's comment, too, about it being just pilot, and you
Yes.
echoed that. Knowing what we're studying now in a parent presentation going forward is going to be very exciting. I'm very eager to share
Thank
those
you.
results.
Great. Mr. Tisch and then Ms. Ramir.
President Hanna, thank you. Mr. Heveland, thank you for your presentation, but my comments more along the lines of Mr. Harris in regards to his questions, and it's more of a statement, but it's a reflection of our district. You know, without parents like Mr. Harris and those who have come to board meetings and, to speak, you know, to help this district move forward. First, I just want to thank Mr. Harris for coming up here and speaking. This was the second time he's come to talk about the laptop initiative. And he's asked some very difficult questions that I think this district needs to take some time to answer. And so for somebody like myself who wasn't on the board during the adoption of this initiative, I would like to see, if possible, if you would include the history, how this came about. When Mr. Sellers talks about the discussion of whether or not it should be laptops or tablets, and maybe this is something we did, but I don't know, but did we talk about the measurables when we decided to get into this? Was this initiative, was this something that was brought to us from the outside, or was this something that was grown from inside the district, which then would give us more reason to say, well, we did not have a lot of established goals or measurables just yet. That would help explain that, because whoever came to the district and said, here, buy all these laptops, it would have been nice for them to have said, and here's a set of questions you'll ask yourself in a year from now to determine whether or not it was a success and that money was well spent. So a little bit of history might help. But just to close again, for those who are watching or here, especially the parents of this district, it is what makes Round Rock ISD a great district, is that our parents who get involved. And so I just want to thank all those who, you know, see an issue that this district needs to work on. And I think this is one of them that we could market this a little bit better. I do believe we're on the right track, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tisch.
Ms. Ramir.
Well, I appreciate all the different strengths of our board members, and technology would not be my strength. I mean, I know how to use them, but I have a survey question. Which would you prefer, PC or tablet? I think that would be interesting, because I was on the tablet side as well. But one of the things that I would like to make a point is that my son is in sophomore at McNeil, and we've been part of the initiative from the beginning. And I have seen his computer twice. So I know he's not utilizing it. And I've heard Moodle, and I've heard tutorials, and I've heard all that, because I also have a senior at McNeil who utilizes her iPad all the time. But one big concern that I have as a trustee first, well, as a parent first, and then as a trustee, and I think that all of, you know, I can speak on everyone's behalf here, I think, if not, kick me later. But I am really concerned with the statement that came from several of the seniors that the teachers are relying more on computers to teach and to tutor. And there's some kind of UT program in chemistry. I'm not quite sure. The instructional people will know. But, you know, I'll say, well, why don't you go to the teacher? And, you know, the study group said, well, the teacher directs us to the website or to the, you know, to the teaching module. I have a big concern about that, because one thing I will stand to the highest mountain and say, a computer will never, ever replace the teacher. And so that's my biggest concern about that, is that we're relying too much on tutorials and all of that, that the teachers are, you know, and maybe they're trained that way. I don't know the curriculum, but nothing replaces a teacher. So that's just my thought.
We'll be mindful of that.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you again for your presentation. Did you have something you wanted to? I didn't want to interrupt you.
No.
Dr. Zamora.
Just for that, As far as your last comment, when I'm thinking about perhaps where that might be coming from, we are continuing to encourage a lot of what we consider to be the flipped classroom or hybrid learning. But as you stated, most definitely the teacher will always be the teacher and the number one source. We do want for our students to be able to log on to and understand the beauty of Khan Academy, the beauty of all the other Khan Academy type websites that they can go to for extended learning tutorials and other curricular opportunities. But our teachers are amazing at not just these two high schools, but all 5 of our high schools. And so they will continue to be the number one curriculum source for our students.
Mr. Chadwell?
Ms. Ramiro, I hear your comment about teachers, and I raise you one and say it's parents need to be involved too. So
Okay,
you can
I'll give you that one. I'll agree.
Thank you.
And the computer's third? Is that?
Well, and this is a good discussion, and I think it will continue. I think we'll continue to have it. And just so folks watching understand, this is an initiative that the board did specifically approve, and we did allocate funding for it. And as we sit here, I can't remember the exact amount. Dr. Zamora, I don't know if you do, but we can certainly make sure. But that's something that the public is entitled to know. But it's something that we discussed.
Certainly put that on the information.
Okay.
We will also make sure that this is available on our website as well.
Good. I appreciate that.
Very transparent.
I will tell you from my perspective, I mean, a lot of us, we do have access. There are technology people here, and we are in a position where we have ready access to technology. But not all of our students do. And I really think it's important. This is a program to make sure all of our students have access to this technology. And there's a lot that we can refine, and I appreciate, I'm confident that that's what you're doing. But I am happy that we are making this available. I mean, there are many families where the laptop versus tablet discussion is moot. They don't have either one. And so I appreciate that we're doing this. It's important to me that we continue to make sure that all of our students, and looking at the campus improvement plans, you know, we're going to be pushing downward soon because, you know, some of the elementaries are saying, you know, they're looking for access. So thank you very much for your hard work. I appreciate your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm fine with it.
Mr. Harris, generally when someone represents a group, we have the folks stand up. Do you have people here with you with your group? All right, I'm going to let you have 30 more seconds, but we need to keep our meeting on an agenda. Then come up here and you take 30 seconds.
You talk about a pilot program. We're not the first ones to use this technology. Why weren't we presented with evidence from all the other places that have used this technology and what benefit that they have derived from this? We could have presented that as the fundamental basis for doing this. We got nothing. And even today, we're still not talking about that. We just pass over it. Number two, why is it that you correlate the amount of time you spend on a computer with learning? You can be logged on all day and not learn a thing. You have to measure what the learning is, not the amount of time on the computer. We're missing this point. We're talking about laptop versus tablet, but we're not talking about what the net effect is of that. I don't care whether it's laptop or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. We do appreciate your interest. Dr. Flores, did you have something you wanted to add here?
No, I just want to say, you know, listening to this has been it's been good discussion. Obviously, people are very passionate about the thing that I just want to add is that technology and the 21st century, that's passé. What we've got to do is start determining and assessing, as Mr. Harris and everyone else, what is the best means to allow our students to have that access. I think the fact that you have, and we have now, I can say we have an initiative is a great victory. How we go about and assessing and evaluating and updating and doing those things, I think as a new superintendent coming in, it allows us to look at that and then make some modifications. But I applaud the district as being a progressive and innovative, and how that changes or how that is modified is forthcoming with data that is requested. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So I guess we'll move on to supplier diversity. Is that?
Yes, at this time, our next item is Supplier Diversity Program Update with Randy Stotts, Executive Director of Business Services. So if we could have Randy come up, That'd be great.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Flores, I would like to introduce Mr. Jamie Spiegel, our Director of Purchasing and Materials Management, and he'll be doing the presentation for you this evening. I did fill in a couple of years ago, but he really is the expert. Thank you.
All right, good evening, President Hanna, board members, Dr. Flores. First time to introduce in front of you. This is good. So for for a number of years now, we've been doing a presentation to kind of give the board a good update on what we're doing in the way of the supplier diversity program. And the program itself began back in 2007. Basically as an initiative to do some outreach to the community, to kind of look at them and say, okay, what does Round Rock look like, which obviously we know is made up of many small businesses that want to participate in what we do from a day-to-day basis. And so what we wanted to do is recognize the ability for them to be able to do business with us. Obviously, being the size school district that we are, we do have a lot of procurements that are made that are fairly high dollar. And there's a lot of small companies that just do not have the capital to be able to do so. And so what we wanted to do is allow the ability for those companies that don't have that type of ability to be able to at least get into a competitive process with us when they do want to do business with us. So back again, 2007 is when we established the program. The target companies that we look for is going to be the minority-owned, woman-owned, and the small business, which if you actually look at the three, a lot of times they actually do cross over. You will have a minority that will be small business, and we actually do have some that will be woman-owned, minority, and small business. So what we do is we really target them and just say, okay, how can we help you out through this process? And what we do is we make sure that we meet within the regular laws that allow us to be able to do this. Some of those outreach methods that we use is periodicals. We actually do target some of the periodicals that actually focus in on particular segments. Like you see the examples there, the Villager. We go to through Austin, the city of Austin, and their news briefs. Which actually they have a program that really does focus in a lot on, as they call it in the state, the historically underutilized businesses, or the hubs. And of course El Norte, which is a Spanish-speaking newspaper. But we do have a number of other ones that we actually do go through. Education training, what we've been doing since 2007 is really going and helping them by showing them how to do it. We've recognized over time, we kind of saw it a little waning in the way of the attendance. So we've actually kind of had to restructure and look at how we're actually going to be doing the training. But we still do offer the one-on-one. If they want to come into our office and they want to have somebody sit down and show them how to do it, we've got somebody that's actually identified specifically to be able to work with those individual companies. But again, we kind of seen that segment actually, or that the training process kind of get a little thin in the way of attendance. We do have our electronic procurement site, which again has been very well received. The days of putting your bids on napkins has gone away, as we were talking about earlier about doing bids. Now we have the means to be able to do it electronically. And people don't have to come into our offices or mail things into us and hoping that the mail service will get it here on time. So they can simply do it up to within a second of the time that the bid closes. But we also do provide, more information through the website and such. And plus also, we do provide a listing of all the current construction projects we've got going on, because there is also another segment out there called subcontractors that are small businesses and minority woman-owned that want to actually get a piece of that business. Even though they can't have the large construction project, they do want a piece of the smaller pie. So the numbers you're going to see here, basically just, I keep showing you every year what we've done since, mainly because of the fact that we wanted to show you the trend. We really haven't changed much. If you go and you look at 2011-12 versus what we did last year with the 12 to 13, we did see a percentage of drop with 1.4% actually. But mainly what it is we've gotten to the point where it's so large that it's really hard for us to kind of see a spike or to see it being continued. But you can see we still stay, fairly high, and at least 2/3 of the vendors we have in our list are actually going to be considered SDPs. Okay, so this slide represents what we actually do in the way of invitations that actually go out and the submissions. You can see that we're still, we put out 70 solicitations last year, and of that, 57% of the notifications we sent actually went to SDPs. Sorry, I use acronyms. That's kind of the world we live in in school district. In the construction side, we only had 5 solicitations this last year, and so you can see that 69% of those were actually small businesses or minority woman-owned. Okay, from the bids received side, we had 994 responses, which is 49%. And it's kind of interesting, and again, you know, the difference, we send it out to so many, but we only get so much. And so a lot of times what it is, we'll have some vendors that really sign up for everything, and so there's a lot of times they may not actually respond. On the construction side, we had 27 responses, with 55.6% of those being SDPs. So now for the award dollars. This is kind of how we measure the success. And you can see that the numbers don't look quite right, but there's a reason for that. Go ahead and click on one. If you look at what we did in the way of the awards for the non-construction, we had $9.8 million actually awarded. But if you actually take out 2 of those solicitations we had in there, that's for $8 million of those that were very large procurements, which means that there's not much of a chance for a small business or a minority woman-owned to actually participate at that level. And so if you go back and you extract that dollar out, that shows that we still have 54% of the awards were actually made to SDPs. Now construction, go ahead and click on it. We were showing that we had an awards up to $23 million, and again, of the 5 projects, we had one large one, which is obviously Phase 3 addition, and once you extract that out, all the rest of those awards were made to SDPs. So the large construction project, which obviously, as you know, we have subcontractors that actually participate in that level. But from the standpoint of the supplier diversity side, we are now seeing where the construction on all the other projects, mainly the things that are going to be probably that, you know, $250,000 to $500,000 range, are actually going to fall directly under something that an SDP can actually get an award for. And again, the numbers there, the award suppliers, we had 60.4% awarded on non-construction, and then 80% awarded to SDPs. We didn't have any CMRs last year, the contractor construction manager at risk. We've gone to the competitive seal proposal for most of the 5 ones that we did last year, so that's why this year we don't have anything to report on those. On the job order contract, this is where we have the ability to do small type projects in construction. In this particular one, we actually have 3 entities or 3 companies that are under contract with us. All 3 of those are considered SDPs. So we kind of already have that umbrella where they're actually getting those SDP credits, if you want to call it that. But what that also does is that also allows us to be able to reach out to more supplier diversity companies, mainly on the subcontracting side. And you can see that we had 113 projects this last year, just shy of $3.9 million, and 1.7 of that actually went out to subcontractors that actually qualified as supplier diversity members. So again, as we kind of go through the program, and every year we kind of take a look at what we've done and what we've been able to accomplish. And again, a lot of this is kind of almost running on automatic right now. It's allowing us to be able to work with these vendors again, and not necessarily, you know, we're not doing maybe the amount of training that we used to do, but we still allow for means to, you know, be able to reach out, specifically website. That kind of seems to be the main means of people actually finding out what's going on. We still do the newspaper because we're required to. You know, but from the standpoint, again, you know, our website is really going to be a critical piece to all of that. Again, as events become available to us, we haven't had a whole lot that we've been aware of where they've actually done outreach to small businesses. But again, we'll continue to, you know, advertise in the specialty publications and things like that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. Board members, questions? Mr. Chadwell.
Just say real quick, thank you, Mr. Spiegel. I always appreciate this input. We have 5,000, almost 5,000 vendors now. Those are all active. That's amazing, and that's from everything, right?
Right now, I did check it yesterday, and we were around 5,400 vendors that are on that list. Now, again, that list has been around since 2007, so there's a very good chance we probably have some out there that we're going to need to
Yeah,
find a way to find out that they're not in business anymore. or
Okay, but they're in the database, and they've done work with the district over the years, so. Okay, and then, I think you clarified a little bit more, a contractor can sub the work out, and that gets counted, that portion gets counted.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, what we'll do is, on the major contracts that we have for construction, we will ask the supplier to provide us with a listing of what they've actually done in the way of subcontracting. And so from that standpoint, they're obviously encouraged to go out and actually and do that. And again, it's a very important piece of the overall.
And I guess maybe I've seen it and just don't remember it, but there's a standard, what qualifies as a hub business, that's qualification. Is that a federal or is that a state? How do you qualify to be a hub?
Well, one of the things, the hub is actually the state of Texas criteria, and it's 51% ownership, and they do have a graduation program where it basically means if you've done over, I think it's like still $4 million 3 years consecutive, then you graduate out of the program, you're no longer a hub.
Okay.
But that criteria is not what we what we have been using. What we looked at mainly is what qualifies is going to be for the Small Business Administration or SBA. For small businesses, which they have a lot of different criteria. But we look at is anybody, a company that has less than 50 employees and or does less than $1 million on an annual basis. So that's one of the criteria. Obviously, from the minority and the woman-owned, it's kind of that. We don't have anybody to go out and certify. The state actually qualifies and brings them in and actually looks at all their financials and all that, and we just don't have that opportunity to be able to do so. Okay. But we use a general, and we've kind of stuck with the same one that we started off with.
Okay. So, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Sellers?
Just wanted to point out, and I get this question all the time, it is on our website. So if people that are watching, maybe, want to know, that is on our website, and it has been for a while. So thank you. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Okay. Exciting part, right, Randy?
Mr. Sellers, you're not marketing our meeting very well.
That's a great way to spend a birthday.
It's BOARD, not BORED meeting.
Love it.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, we'll continue on a third item, quarterly financial report. Mr. Stutz.
Thank you. I'll accept that as a compliment because I know that numbers make everybody's eyes roll back. So for those of us that don't, we enjoy working with them. Good evening. The first quarter financial report is for the first 3 months of fiscal year 2013-14, which is July, August, and September. And this is a cumulative report. And as you know, we provide some narrative information, a little bit of background to a greater detail in the front of the report. And as usual, I'll just hit some of those highlights for you. I know you have a busy meeting this evening. As you know, the state funding payments that we get from the state come in 3 different payments. We get 45% in September, 35% in October, and the final 25% in August, which is actually after the end of our fiscal year. And the payment that we received in August of this year relating to last year was actually $8 million more than what we had anticipated. And that was based on the numbers and projections that TEA had in their system. Of course, we accepted that wire. But that does reduce our payments for the next couple of years. So as you can see, going back to the general fund financial report, down the middle column here, the payment of $41.8 million. That is, of course, that $8 million, and then our payment for September. And then included in that also is some of those on-behalf payments that we were required to report for accounting purposes. The column down the middle, the gray bar, is the actual expenditures for fiscal year 2013-14. The prior year, those are actual expenditures for 2012-13 at this time, at the end of the third quarter. You'll notice that there are a few minor differences from one year to the next. We always try to explain those a little bit. Under Function 11, at $22.1 million versus the $21.1 million, is actually in large part related to that laptop initiative that you were just talking about. The outlay for the current year was about $958,000. which is significantly less than it was last year because of the size of the classes at both McNeil and Round Rock. Last year's outlay was about $1.5 million, so about a $500,000 difference.
And thank you for that
Yes, ma'am.
information.
Some of the other differences that you might see a lot of times can be related to just the timing of invoices and payments. One that might stand out for you is its function 81, which is facilities construction and acquisition, and that is directly tied to the Grisham roof project that was completed, and also Success High School as well. Under the debt service fund, last month you adopted a tax rate for the debt portion of our tax, which is 1.26 cents less than it was in previous years. I'm happy to report to you that we have 5 districts that surround Round Rock ISD and border us, and Round Rock is the only district out of those that actually reduced its tax rate. All of the others remain the same. Of course, we had in excess of a 5% increase in our property values, which allowed us to reduce that, and I anticipate, or I would expect that they had received something similar as well. I do want to report to you also that we have now have a debt management web page that's under the budget and business portion of the website. I want to thank Ms. Cox for some of the comments that she made about a month or so that kind of spurred some of that and that idea to create that. There's a lot of information out there on how the district structures its debt. We have our debt payment schedule out there. We have the bond credit rating bond credit ratings, and a lot of other information out there that I think is great for the public to see. So if you haven't had a chance to visit that, I encourage you to do that. Let's skip over to the self-insurance fund. Board members, if you'll remember, we have 3 different health plans for employees. The standard plan, which is the plan that's 100% paid by the district. Of course, with the current year budget, you increase the district's contribution by $25 per month, and I know employees very much appreciated that. So we have the standard plan, the intermediate plan, and the premium plan. And so I can report to you on some of the enrollment changes and kind of what we had anticipated. Actually had about a 16.5% decrease in the high plan, or the premium plan, and 2/3 of those gravitated to the lower plan, the standard plan, and the other third to that medium plan. So that's kind of what we had anticipated happening. Of course, the deductibles don't actually restart until January the 1st, so it's going to be some time before we know what kind of impact that's going to make on our plans. Under the investment report, you can see that we have just over $339 million in cash and investments. Those are diversified into investment pools and agency securities as well. A couple of those securities will be maturing in the next 30 to 40 days, and we'll be looking to reinvest those pretty quickly. Of course, you know that the market's been in quite of a turmoil with the federal shutdown, and we've seen rates all over the place. So it'll be interesting to see what we're able to get in terms of an investment rate there. Move on to the tax report. Board members, if you'll remember, in September, we don't typically load everything up into the tax system until the first week or so of October. So you'll see the original tax levy at 0. That's typical for this time of year. The next monthly report you'll get will include that information in there as well. We are anticipating mailing the tax statements. Some of them went out today and the remainder tomorrow. So taxpayers should be receiving those as well. There's a number of additional reports in the back of the report, and I don't typically touch on those, but there is one that I want to show you. It's the very last page. And this is a simple report that's been in the back of your packet that kind of just sits there nice and lonely all the time. But there was a report and an article in the Austin American-Statesman on Sunday related to balancing of accounts, and it was related to the Texas Lottery Commission and their failure to reconcile some of their bank accounts, and there were some huge losses associated with that. And so I want to make sure that you understand how the emphasis that we put on this, which is a huge internal control in identifying errors and then identifying potential fraud that might be in the accounts, and be able to report to the bank and get those funds back. If we report to them within a 30-day period, then we're able to obtain those funds back, and the bank actually takes the loss on that and goes through their legal process. But you know, this has been out there for a long time, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stats. Board members, Mr. Chadwell, and then Ms. Cox.
As always, Mr. Stutz, I appreciate your input on this and all the details you put for this. I just think this is amazing. I did read that article in the paper this last week. I just kind of glanced at it first, and then I started reading the first paragraph, the first page. It was kind of fascinating to think, wow, they're going back and they're just shrugging their shoulders like, we don't know where that money went. We don't even know if it's accurate. They spent how many years trying to dig through that? And it just makes me realize sometimes when I was reading about J.P. Morgan and Lehman Brothers and some of the fines that they're doing, and some of those companies are publicly traded companies. I just want to make sure that when people talk about school districts, and we mentioned this last month, school districts and public entities like this versus a business, they are publicly traded, but you cannot get any information. It is so secretive in there a lot of times. So I applaud the school district for being so open and transparent with all this information. And you can look at all the information we have and where the funds go. And I just think it's amazing that we have this transparency, and it's so well recognized. And of course, Round Rock got those awards last month, and just another great effort to be able to make this all out there, and it's all public. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cox.
And I did want to compliment you on the website for, we did have a nice conversation about some things that I thought might help our community and being able to see. So I do appreciate that you put that together.
Thank you for the idea.
Looks very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Flores?
Yes, last item I'll refer to Trustee Sellers, Centennial Anniversary Update.
Yes.
And I think for our purposes tonight, let's call him Birthday Boy Sellers.
Yes.
And he's been downplaying it. This is from what I hear, this is the part of the meeting that everyone tunes in for. So
That I'm 40? I'm spending it at a school board meeting? This is awesome. I am wearing a tuxedo. I told everyone I was going to wear my birthday suit, and so I did. This is my birthday suit. February 18th, 1993, the board heard from first grade students in Miss Nelda Sanders' class, and they spoke about Precious, a rooster that hatched on October 16th in the classroom. May 20th, 93, the board heard a report that the school mascot selected by the student body at Cedar Valley Middle School is the Jaguar, and the schools are purple and black.
School colors?
School colors are purple and black. August 19th of 93, the board approved the renaming of Jollyville Learning Center as the Round Rock Opportunity Center. Yeah, Mr. Posey would appreciate us calling it the Round Rock Opportunity Center. April 21st, 1994, the board adopted policy BE local as presented, eliminating the regular board meetings on the first Thursday of each month and listing C.D. Folks Middle School as the place of the meeting. And we are now on the third Thursday, right? June 30th of 94, the board approved that the primary site for future board meetings be held at the Round Rock City Council chambers located at 221 East Main Street, Suite 100, beginning in September. March of 95, the board approved the color black to be used as a third color with the present school colors of burnt orange and white for Westwood High School. I don't know that burnt orange looks good on many people.
I concur.
Burn the wood. We used to say burn the wood. I see you, Cindy. March 1995, it was reported to the board that the Westwood High School Choir has been invited to New York to perform at Carnegie Hall. And I remember that, and it was actually a very exciting time. March 21st of 96, the board approved to name the new middle school on Bowman and Sunrise Hopewell Middle School and dedicate the middle school to the Jester family. April of 96, the board approved to name the new elementary school Forest Creek Elementary. April of 97, the board approved to name the new elementary school being constructed in the Great Oaks area Great Oaks Elementary. Very original. In that, it to be dedicated to E.O. Beck. Mr. Beck served on the Board of Trustees for 15 years, and the land where the school was being constructed was once owned by the Beck family. Very nice. In June of 97, the board approved to build the 1,500-seat PAC at the McNeil High School site. And just to note, the PAC is booked year-round, just to let everyone know that. November of 98, the board approved, one, that the new elementary school on Chandler Road to be named Caldwell Heights Elementary, as recommended by the school naming committee, and number two, that the district's fourth high school be named Stony Point High School, as recommended by that school naming committee. December of 98, it was reported to the board that the students who will be attending Stony Point High School chose the tiger as the mascot, and the school colors will be navy, blue, gold, white, and silver. January of 99, the board approved that the new addition to Jollyville Elementary School be dedicated to Ann Frances Goodman Casey. Mrs. Casey worked for 12 years in the district before moving to Jollyville Elementary School when it opened in 1992, which happened to be the year that Brian Sellers actually graduated from Round Rock High School. June of 99, the board approved that the library at Bluebonnet Elementary School be dedicated to Barbara Perry. Mrs. Perry became principal at Bluebonnet when it first opened in 1986 and has been the principal for 13 years. Fantastic. December of 2000, the board approved that the new playground at Anderson Mill Elementary School be dedicated to former principal Sarah Elizabeth Fogg. Ms. Fogg was the school's principal from July 1992 to May of 2000, and Mrs. Fogg passed away in August of 2000. In May of 2001, the board approved Ridgeview Middle School as the name for the new middle school at 1400 via Sonoma Trail, and that a dedication ceremony be conducted in honor of David and Maria Carlene. Number two, naming the new elementary school in the Via Sonoma area Blackland Prairie Elementary School. And number three, naming the new elementary school in the Barrens Ranch area Cactus Ranch Elementary. In December 2001, the board approved the proposed conversion of Hopewell Middle School to a ninth grade center for Stony Point High School for the 2002-2003 school year. In March of 2002, the board approved the dedication of North Oaks Elementary School in honor of Kathy Caraway. Ms. Caraway opened North Oaks Elementary in 1978 and has been the first and only principal at this school. She began her Round Rock ISD career in 1973 and served in numerous capacities in the district. And if you remember from past readings in 1973 is, Mr. Stats, what happened in that year? Brian Sellers was born. Forget about that. Yeah. The world's a different place. May 2002, the board approved naming elementary school number 27 in the Lakeside subdivision area, Union Hill Elementary. And in September 2002, the board adopted a resolution to name a future elementary school in the Avery Ranch subdivision in honor of Patsy Summer, and that all district policies and regulations that would conflict with this naming method be waived and altered for this one school. And that's it until next time.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Dr. Flores, it looks like that concludes the superintendent's report. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it does. Thank you.
Then we will move on to agenda item I, discussion items. Before we do that, we will let's take a 10-minute break. We are out of open session at 8:39.
Thank you. It's early for a break. I know it is. But
time.
Really?
Huh? She just answered.
Oh, yeah.
Call this meeting back to order. It's 8:52. We're back from our break. We're now on agenda item I, discussion items. And with the board's indulgence, I'm going to first take up I-6, the naming committee recommendation, because I know we have some committee folks here who've been very patient. So if we could, Dr. Flores, if that's okay with you, we'll discuss that first.
Yes, that'd be great, and I'd call up Deputy Superintendent of Administration Ramiro Flores.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Flores. The school naming committee basically met to discuss the naming of a new building. I am going to ask one of the members, Christine Stevens, to come forward and give the recommendation. With that, I also want to recognize those members that are here. We have Cindy de la Cruz that served on the committee. We got David Hansen that served on the committee, Lori Hudson, and of course Christine Stevens, and then Paul Tisch as a board member served on the committee, and then Cheryl Vernon is also here that served on the committee, and Nora Sanchez as well served on the committee. Don't believe the others. Whitney is here. I think she was going to be on a cruise.
She is.
So she said she would be trying to see it from the boat, but not sure.
I doubt that.
So with that, I will ask Christine to come forward with your permission to give the recommendation.
Good evening. Happy birthday, Mr. Sellers.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. The school naming committee met twice on October the 1st and October the 7th to discuss the naming of the new building that will house the current Success High School program. Mr. Flores has already read the members of the committee. The committee reviewed policy CW local, naming facilities to understand the criteria and process involved with naming a school. The committee also decided that a simple majority vote would determine the recommendation to be made. The administration provided the committee a list of potential nominees obtained by polling the community over a 2-week period. The list consisted of the following names: Dan Baker, Barbara Jordan, Carlene family, Discovery High School, Gertie Teresa Corey, Jinx Lacey, Kalpana Chawla, Kelly Brumbelow, Lily Delgado, Lincoln, Liz Murray, Lynn Russell, Memorial High School for Diverse Learning in the 21st Century for Global Competitiveness and Diverse College and Career Readiness and Scholarly Excellence.
Will you say that again?
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
That one was stricken by the number of letters in the title of the name and the cost of the sign to be printed.
Good point.
Pioneer High School, Raymond Hartfield, Round Rock Innovation Academy, Garfield McConaughey, Round Rock ISD School of Academic Heroes, Round Rock University, SOAR High School, Success High School, and Waste of Money Success School. We had a lengthy discussion about how the name should resonate with the students and staff of the school as well as the community. It was decided to look at individuals with local historical significance. The committee received some history about Success High School from Thomasine Stewart, director, and Betty Zinn, a previous director of Success High School. Ms. Stewart also shared comments she had received from current students at Success High School. We requested and received some employment histories from the Human Resources Department for 2 candidates who were employees of the district and whose names had been suggested the most times by the community. We also sought and received input from friends in the community about changing the name of Success High School. We began the review of the nominees using our discussions as the filter. We eliminated several choices based on the fact that other facilities were already named after them. Two choices were eliminated based on one of them not being practical, as stated earlier, and the other not being an appropriate name. The discussion was pared down to Dan Baker, Lily Delgado, Jinx Lacey, and Success High School. A member made a comment that resonated with most of the other members. She was concerned with the identity of Success alumni. She compared it to the loss of identity of former Southwest Texas State alumni. This sentiment was conveyed by some of the current students, as well as the rationale for Success High School being the nominee by one parent/student. We weren't sure which one it was. As the individuals' names were considered, the committee discussed how two individuals were not connected to Success and whether it would be more appropriate to consider either naming or dedicating a facility where the nominee had served. Lily Delgado served in the Central Administration Building, and Jinx Lacey at McNeil High School. In reviewing Dan Baker's employment history, it was noted that he served more years at the Round Rock Opportunity Center than at Success High School. After thoroughly considering the remaining nominees, the committee recommended that the district should retain the name of Success High School.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevens, and thank you to the members of the committee for serving. I know the board has some discussion on this, but we also have a citizen who signed up to speak on this, so I'll recognize that citizen at this time, and then we can proceed to our discussion. Cheryl Vernon.
I have written you a letter. Dr. Flores, Mrs. Hanna, member of the Board of Trustees, welcome, Dr. Flores. And having received an Aggie tie, I'm going to say to you, War Eagle, big football game. My sons are proud graduates of Auburn University. Brian, to you, happy birthday, and from your friend Jeffrey, your partner in crime that graduated from Westwood, he would tell you you're getting older than dirt, which I don't understand. That's a Texas expression. I just want to say that it was a pleasure serving on this committee. The letter I've given you is an indication of what I think should be done. But I want to suggest that coming on a committee and not knowing who is deserving of the honor of having a school named after them, I am requesting that the district start compiling a list of people of note within the community, teachers, administrators, that we might name schools afterwards, so we don't start from, so we don't have to, reinvent the wheel each time. 5 names that I think are appropriate are Mr. Baker, Jinx Lacey, Lynn Russell, Don Tu, and Lily Delgado. And that's all that I ask, is that you consider a pool of names, not saying that the committee has to choose one of them, but to keep a pool of names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vernon. And seeing the recommendation of the naming committee, I do think that is a testament to how well the district has done branding Success High School, and certainly can understand the students' input, and if that's their the name that they like and take pride in. I think that's really one of the most important things. I agree with Ms. Vernon. I think there's some folks, including Lily Delgado, who was the only one of those people that I actually had the privilege of knowing and working with, who I hope that the district does have an opportunity to honor in some way. Ms. Ramirez, and then Mr. Sellers.
I just want to thank you guys for serving. That is a daunting task and something that is, you're creating a legacy. And I'm excited that we are continuing on with Success High School because of the alumni. But also, I don't know if you know this, but during Dr. Flores' interview, he has many stories, by the way. But one of the stories that resonated me, and I put things together just in this brain, it's kind of scary. But one of the things that he really touched my heart on was something that he did in his other districts called Connect to Success.
and I might get it wrong, Dr. Flores, but the premise of it is that board members, administrators, and Dr. Flores himself would go out to those students. They would identify those that lack just a few credits, and that they would purposely go out and encourage those kids to connect to success. And what is the vehicle that we have in Round Rock is Success High School, and I just thought it was just a beautiful little marriage there. So I thank you very much for continuing that name. So,
Mr. Sellers.
Just wanted to say thank you, Mrs. Stevens, and the rest of the committee that's here tonight, and to those of you who couldn't make it and are on cruises. Certainly appreciate all the work that you guys did there. I know it wasn't easy, but from what I understand, it was very efficient, the meetings, and appreciate you guys coming to the final closure for this school. It's been a very important project to us. The majority of this board has really fought hard for this. And now we finally have it in place, and the name is, of course, the final touch on it. So certainly appreciate everyone's hard work.
Yes. Mr. Tisch and then Mr. Chadwell.
Well, I just first wanted to say to President Hannah, thank you for asking me to serve on this committee, and to those committee members, thanks for having me. I showed up the first meeting a little bit late because of a flag football game that my son was playing in. So I knew I was smelly, and I was wearing shorts and a T-shirt, but they let me slide anyway. No, as Mr. Sellers said, recognize that the meetings were extremely efficient. And as I said earlier, it's what makes this district great, is the involvement of our parents and our stakeholders. And for y'all to take the time that you did to go through all the names and the discussions that we had, again, is a true reflection of this district and the quality of people that continue to represent us as the stakeholders. So thank you for your dedication to our district.
Mr. Chadwell and then Ms. Cox.
And I'll reiterate, thank you, the committee, for serving. And I will reiterate what Mr. Sellers said. The majority of the board did support funding that school, and it was great. We did have a groundbreaking a few weeks ago, and the construction was already started, but it was amazing to see the turnout and see some of the people who had served and were instruction teachers there. Some had come back, and they were very excited about that. So even I applaud the district and being in America where free speech allows you to write in waste of money high school, if that's what you think. I hope that one day whoever wrote that will go and come and visit Success High School and be amazed at the results that are produced there. And I'd invite all of you to attend the Success graduation, the next one we have, and look for that on the website. You'll hear some incredible stories, and you'll see that it's a great investment, and it'll pay off huge dividends in the future. So thank you all for serving.
Ms. Cox.
I would like to thank the committee as well, and for your time. I know I've been on a naming committee before, and there's lots of great discussion that goes along with that. And I also echo Ms. Vernon's comments. I did know Lily Delgado and Jinx Lacey both, and I think they're very deserving of new facilities when we have them in the future.
Thank you. So at this point, this is a discussion item, and I assume it will come back to the board as an action item in a future meeting. So then we will go backwards in time slightly to discussion item I-5, graduation recap, and 2013-2014 graduation calendar. I've already put the dates in my calendar.
Me too.
Thank you. As was mentioned, graduation is a wonderful culmination, and it's something that we definitely enjoy very much as administrators, as trustees, as community members, and parents and students included. At the end of graduation, there were a couple of questions this past year that came up, and this item was asked to be presented. And so we're going to give you a brief overview about graduation. It's a graduation recap, talk about students that graduated, where they graduated, plan for the coming year, and give you the calendar so that you can mark your calendar. Ms. Becky Donald, the Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education, will give us the recap.
Good evening, President Hannah, Dr. Flores, board members. It's almost been 4.5 months. It feels like a blink of an eye since we were there and had 6 that month successful graduations. But we're here. It's our first 6 weeks are in the books, and we're working on that second 6 weeks, and we've had a really tremendous start in the secondary world. As we get into looking at graduations, we're already starting to plan and to prepare for this coming May. Just to mark your calendars, we know that the high schools are on rotation, so you'll see how all the high schools rotate down. They have new dates. Some of them have new dates. Most of them have new times. On Friday, Stony Point will go off at 3:30, McNeil at 7:30. Then on Saturday, Westwood at 9, Cedar Ridge at 1, and then Round Rock at 5 o'clock. All good fun. When we looked at the number of graduates for 2013, this is how many students were eligible for graduation. Right now, we have about 25 students at Success High School that are from the cohort of 2013, and we're hoping that in December, they will be in that December Success graduation going across that stage. So we want to appreciate Thomasine and her staff for doing the good work to get these students back into school, making sure they understand the value of what that diploma will do and get them ready for that post-secondary adventure. Our numbers right now are projected, they're about the same. There's a little less than 3,000 projected right now, but we just don't know. We're still getting students. We'll continue to get a few students in January. There was a discussion item, or was asked to kind of look at the different recognitions that each of the high schools do during the graduation ceremony. And there are some common ones. There are some ones that are, if you look at the IB graduate, it's only Stony Point and Westwood would do that. Really, when it comes to recognizing the graduates, one of, I guess the main reason that we want to make sure that we keep a focus is that it's a graduation for all students. Every student that walks across that stage has worked very hard to get there. And so when you look up there, each school looks at what they want to recognize and have those students stand at graduation. We also will start planning for this next year. We'll have individual campus teaming plan meetings, just kind of look over what happened last year, what are concerns, what do we want to maybe tweak, and then we'll also, as a district, get each of the assistant principals that are in charge of graduation. They will come and we'll meet to make sure that just district-wide we're aligned with expectations from our community and from our board.
Thank you, Ms. Donald. It seemed to go, from our perspective, or from my perspective, it seemed to go very well this year. Cedar Park Center continues to be a good host to us, and we appreciate that. I appreciate that the sound was changed a bit, and I could actually hear all the graduation speeches, which was really cool. Because in the past, sometimes it just projects outwards, and we're standing behind the speakers. I have a request it sounds really trivial, and I know each school has their own personality, and if there's any way they could be consistent in where they seat their A's and where they seat their other end of the alphabet.
That's on our list.
Okay.
That messed us all up last year.
But it just makes our life, because we get, and the district is great in giving us programs and lists of folks, so we can kind of trade off, and I don't know, we know where we're going, and then suddenly we don't know where we're going, and that's not always a good thing.
I promise you we're not trying to play games with you.
I understand.
We do have Andrea Willie, who's my administrative assistant. She's fabulous. During the entire graduation period, she was taking notes. So we do have all the notes, and we will go back and making sure that part of that alignment piece.
Okay. Mr. Chadwell?
Thank you, Ms. Donald, for this. Very informative, and I do think that last May, the graduation, the last one we had, went very well, ran smoothly. Back to the A's and that, my view, I don't know, I guess they were APs, I'm not even sure because it goes so fast up there, asked if they could hand a diploma to a student who was, I don't know, relative or someone that they had really coached along. And I would gladly donate my time up there. I would be glad to do the work, but I also know that a lot of those teachers and APs really create a lot of strong bonds with some of those students, and if there's a way for them to be involved a little bit more, Not that we want to have 100 people up on the stage, and that's why I would, I'll go wait at the bottom of the stairs or something, and just, as a courtesy, I want to respect the work that they've done and show that to the students and to their families. But I also think there's a lot of teachers and, like I said, counselors, I'm not sure who all, but they really grow very, very attached, and the students are very respectful of that. So if there's a way we could do that, they can take my spot. So.
Yes, sir. And most of the row monitors have a vested interest in that row. Most of them have special students, or they're, just ones that they've worked with, So the row monitors, to me, is kind of an honor for our teachers and to kind of honor our students and their work that they do. So we'll take that.
Thank you.
And I just as a slight counterpoint to that, I think sometimes we do want to, certainly board members want to, acknowledge the kids that they know and have grown up with, and I think that's important to continue to do. I think it could get, sometimes there's, the next kid that, I don't want those kids not to feel not as special. So I think we have to be careful in having, if we invite more people up to do that, I think that there's, I don't know, it could become a little bit hard for the kids who don't have, maybe that person who's raised their hand to say, I want to do that. So. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate knowing that it's like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. They start planning the very next day. Discussion item I-7, bond study. Dr. Flores, I'm going to let you.
Yes, before I turn it over to Mr. Ramiro Flores, our Deputy Superintendent for Administration, I just want to just alert the board that, and I'm sure you have reviewed all 74 slides of this presentation, so we're not going to go through each presentation slide. However, it is important to note that I do know the importance of this work and any opportunity that as we move forward with a potential and possible bond, and I just want to make sure that we're clear that the board calls for that bond for a May possible bond referendum later in the spring. However, it is our due diligence as an administration to make sure that we have the readily available information that is most readily available and most relevant and germane to necessities for projects. And I can tell you right now, as I've begun my 15th, 16th day, there are needs throughout the district that I think we're going to make sure that we capture all of that and have a detailed report prior to asking this board to take an actual vote on something that is so important for this community as we move forward from first class to world class education for our students. So with that, Madam President, I turn it over to Mr. Ramiro Flores.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Flores. As Dr. Flores mentioned, I'm going to go through some of these, some of the information you've seen before. So for brevity, I am going to try to skip through some items, but if you have questions, please stop me and I'll address them. We start off with looking at history and growth, and the intent of this slide is that over a 13-year period, we've actually grown about 15,000 students, which is a little bit over 1,000 students a year. In comparison with the various bond elections that we've had, we've added about 14,000, a little bit over under 15,000 seats. So we're not catching up. We still have over 220 portables in the district. These are kind of hard to read, and hopefully you've had a chance to look at some of the data. One of the things that is different about these projections is that we hired Templeton Demographics, a company that is well known in Texas for doing projections. And so we're now relying on their information to give us our best estimates for projections. We will be getting an updated report here shortly that we will use as we move forward to continue to update the numbers as we see them. If you'll notice some of the numbers for 13-14, those numbers, you'll note that some are already off a little bit in that there are some schools that have higher enrollments than what was projected for 13-14. So it is a matter of continuing to update. Again, I'm going to rush through these simply because I think the maps are a little bit more effective in presenting where we are growing in the district. These are the elementary schools, and if you'll see, starting off the bat, we already have 3 schools that are over 125%. You'll see the legend that basically indicates what the colors mean, yellow being 100 to 124 and so forth. So in this particular year, we have 3 currently that are over 125%. Following year, you'll see that Cactus Ranch dropped off, but Bluebonnet kicked in. And in this year, 27-18, you'll see Wells Branch goes over 150%. So for middle schools, the same thing. We've given you information. We've gone through the year 2021 as trying to give. The further you go out, the accuracy becomes a little bit harder to predict. So this is for middle schools. Again, you'll see quite a few yellows up there, which means that they're over 100% capacity. Again, going to the maps, you'll see that this year, even though Walsh is at 122%, it's still manageable. Goes to 129%. And in 17-18, Deer Park goes over the 125% mark. In 2021, Walsh starts to decline. For high schools, now this number, I will point out in the 14-15 year, we haven't added the additional 1,200 seats that we are bringing online in this school year with the addition of the new 2 wings that are being constructed as we speak. Again, the maps are a little bit more telling. We're still pretty much between that 100 and 125%. So kind of trying to summarize elementary schools in 2013, you have 13 schools that are over capacity. In 2013, you'll have 3 that are significantly over capacity, meaning that they're over 125%, Cactus Ranch, Wells Branch, and Spicewood. In 2014-15, you switch out Cactus Ranch, comes off the list, but Bluebonnet comes on the list of over 125%, and then the Wells Branch being over 150. So one of the things that we had discussed was the possibility of looking at a Wells Branch Bluebonnet as a possible elementary somewhere to relieve those campuses. For the middle schools, you have 8 schools that start off that are over 100%, and then you have Walsh and Deer Park that go through above 125. And again, we notated that the relief for Walsh Middle School, but if you remember the picture when Deer Park comes in, there's a question is, can the middle school number 11, that would be England, would you have to kind of look at maybe Deer Park, Cedar Valley, and Walsh at that time? Again, not that I'm proposing that, I'm just saying that that's something that we would obviously have to review. High schools, there's 2 that started off in over 100%. Again, we'll have an additional 1,200 seats in 2014 with a facility that's being built. The idea was that we would not commence phase 4 of Round Rock, which is basically to bulldoze certain buildings in this area where we're at tonight, until the high school number 6, wherever the location would be, was actually up and running. For the projection, you'll note that in 2017, we have a little bit over 14,000 students in the high school enrollment. If you take 6 high schools at 2,400, we would almost be there for the 6th high school. And the difficulty is they don't come in nice packages of 2,400. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the capital items. I think you've seen these a whole lot, and so I'm going to rush through them. If you have questions, stop me. But these are items that we've discussed about the leftover items. What kind of things do we want to look at as we move forward with our bond study, the new technology? If we add more technology, we need to make sure that the infrastructure is set up to support the new technology, whether it's additional electricity, whether it's mounted projectors, etc. We also have to look at what's coming down the pike. Are we going to do more online testing? Do we have more mobile devices where there could be, going back to the tablets, those types of items? So do we have charging stations, etc.? So there are some items. New facilities we'll talk about, technology items on this leftover items from bond 2008, meaning that when the citizens looked at proposing projects, there were some items that didn't make the cut. So we still maintain a database of those items that didn't make the cut. And then any other major maintenance items that we may not have had back then that we have to add to the list. Under growth, we talked about middle school number 11, a possible elementary number 34. We own land is always something we always try to buy ahead of the curve versus waiting until we need it. We do own land at a couple of locations. Ryan Crossing, we own about 14 acres. Bratton Lane, we own about 14 acres. At England, 31 and approximately 84 based for middle school and a high school. And then the current purchase of about 93 acres at A.W. Grimes. We still have in our major projects master plan for Westwood, phase 3 and 4. And here in Round Rock, what I'm going to call Mini 4. We got, well, actually Mini 3 and then 4. Mini 3 being the additional wing that would be added here, and then leveling the extra buildings, if you will. We've had discussion about a fine arts performance venue, whether it's a full-blown pack or a smaller pack. That's something that comes up on the radar. Major projects, again, I mentioned we have 220 portables. Do we want to look at trying to eliminate some of those? Do we have specific classrooms that we might want to look at as far as CTE, things that may be a little bit more specialized that we need to do some sort of different classroom configurations? Of course, we have standard renovating some of the older schools and then looking at cafeterias, gymnasiums, depending on what time frame they're using right now. Obviously, if you're starting lunch at 9:30 and finish at, and not that we do, but the point being that we want to make sure that we have a facility that will allow us to have reasonable lunch periods. Other major item, technology. We do have refresh that occurs annually to the tune of about $8 million. And so here's a rough estimate. One of the items that was in the discussion was a continuation of high school laptop initiative for all 5 high schools. So that's something that we'll continue to discuss. Interestingly enough, we met with lacrosse teams, and one of the comments was artificial turf on the middle schools for them to be able to access them more. And we said, well, we're not going to. We have an item to discuss, but we're not going to say that we will or will not happen. So that's an item there. Cameras, again, we have over 1,000 cameras in the district that at some point in time we have to start replacing. Then we have the regular infrastructure, what I call deferred maintenance, roofs, floors, HVAC. And these are just lists of items that you know we've come and this is one that I know you've been you've received a letter regarding these items that are on the list. So what would it look like? Proposing a 2014 bond of about $200 million. That adds into some of the items that we discussed: middle school, elementary, technology, infrastructure. Land becomes one that, do we need that much money? That's something we would have to look at. One item that I need is buses. I got 55 that I really need to start replacing. And one of the things is that it's becoming harder to support programmatic requirements because of the lack of buses. Other items, and again, this is in all honesty to come up to the $200 million. In a future bond, we would kind of start thinking about another high school. And so we can't do a new high school. Phase 4 would have to occur after the high school was built. And then obviously the elementary, technology, and so forth. Tax rates right now, as Randy stated, we were able to reduce the tax rate based on our property values. Obviously, it's a little over a cent, which is not a lot, but it's still something. And as you'll see, we're kind of not the highest, not the lowest. This is a hard slide to see because the numbers are pretty crunched, but in looking at a $200 million bond sale or a $200 million addition of bonds, we're looking in the neighborhood of a little bit under 2 cents. And as values continue, then hopefully that we would maintain the rate at that amount or less. What would that look like for the $100,000 home? You look at about $18 increase a year, $2 a month. For the average home here in Round Rock of $200,000, it'd be a $37 increase annually, about $3 a month. This is the part that is really critical because we're at that stage that if we're going to move forward, we need to start putting the process in motion. If the board tells us to move forward, we would start developing a charter, trying to get volunteers, trying to organize so that we can get the process going. Charters based on, obviously we have board BDF that talks about the advisory committees, what are the roles and responsibilities, and what are the general expectations, and so forth. The critical part is the organization and the schedule of meetings. From a roles and responsibility, obviously the board would have to say, move forward. You do not make a final decision. You don't have to make a final decision until no later than February 28th. That's the date that you have to call the election. Of course, superintendent would help us with making sure that we communicate our plan and work the plan is to try to make sure that people understand the needs and hopefully support a bond program. For staff, we provide information. We're the ones that facilitate school visits and the logistics of the meetings. Again, these are just items. I'm going to skip through them. This is kind of the organization chart that we've used in the past where we have different committees: elementary, secondary, district projects, finance, an ad hoc cost priority, and just an overall kind of a communications committee. And as you can see, we've notated certain staff to be able to facilitate for the various subcommittees. The process itself, obviously the committee would be formed. They would start looking at assessing needs, trying to figure out what would be most cost effective. Once the list was generated, prioritize what list would make the final cut, and provide an overall report for the board. So for initial steps, obviously, in order to kick this off, we need to kind of come back and say, yes, we're going to move forward and start calling for volunteers. What we're proposing is sometime in November if the board wants us to move forward to kind of get that process started. at a November board meeting, we would have the co-chairs and selected to lead the committee. Again, just briefly, must be called by the 28th. This is a short time frame that we're looking at, 3 to 4 months. These are the items. We've kind of talked about demographics. We would need to go through the rest of the item. We've got some tax rate, preliminary tax rate information. And so, again, those are things that we would need to get started. Now, we've arbitrarily said Tuesdays and Thursdays, Mondays and Tuesdays would work as well. It's just a matter of what would be most convenient for the committee members. This is just a brief summary of some of the things we would need to do to try to get to the point of having a final decision in February. Again, this isn't setting in stone. It's just trying to give you an idea that we would have to move fairly quickly to get to this time frame of February 28th. The assumption here is that we would try to have a meeting somewhere in this area to be able to have our quote-unquote our first meeting on the 19th. Again, fast and furious. I'm trying to kind of give you an overall, but at the same time, if you have questions, I'll be happy to respond. I also have Mr. Strusley here and Mr. Stotts as backup in case there's questions that I can't answer.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Chadwell?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking about the timing, and we keep talking about May of 2014, and there's an important reason for that. Is I think November of 2014 is a board election where we've got 5 members, 5 places.
That's correct.
Up for re-election, so it really might not be practical to have a bond election then. So then we'd be looking, if we didn't do it in May 2014, we'd be looking at May 2015, right?
That's correct.
Let's take Wells Branch Elementary as an example. When would we need, because just because you've approved a bond doesn't mean you magically have a new school, right?
That's
There's
correct.
some time. How long would you need after a successful bond election to get, let's say the committee and the board decide what we really need is something to take Wells Branch out of the red? When would you need to have that?
I'm going to turn to Tim here, but I think about 18 months to construct.
Correct. I would anticipate we'd probably be opening that school fall of 2015.
How long would it take? 18 months, more or less? Design and construction, or 2 years for design and construction?
I think more like 2 years.
2 years.
So that's one of the things driving this May 2014 timeframe, right?
Right. Because again, the idea is anything we do, assuming we have a successful election in May, we have to wait a period of time to be able to sell our bonds. So probably, I want to say the August timeframe at the earliest. So that means that in that situation, we're looking for 2 years down the road, which would be 2016.
Right. So, and you've got the middle school slide up. There's not really, and we've been hearing about Walsh overcrowding. There's not really many places for those kids to go without another middle school, right?
That is correct. And I think, again, not that I was saying, but that's the reason why I think I want to say that somewhere in this general area is where Elsa England. And so that's the reason why it is kind of a point of reference for, there's kind of 3 schools that are attached to it.
And then I do remember in 2008 talking about the aging fleet of our buses. Even then, I know we replaced some, but I want to make sure that we don't have too many buses that are older than Mr. Sellers. So, Mr. Chadwell, did you have
Thank you for this report. I did read through this before you sent it, and it was interesting to go and scroll through the 5 or 6 slides when you show the years and see them turn yellow, and then red. I think, if this is still possible, I would assume that we're still going to use the same general floor plan layout we did for Elsa England for the new elementary. I think that's been real popular for Patsy Summer, for Linda Harrington, and now for Elsa England. And I think that, if I remember right, the architecture firm that did that just has to tweak a few things, but it's relatively quick. So with that, could we start, if this bond passes in May, if we go forward with this and a bond passes in May, could you take that immediately, even though before you sell the bonds, and take some money out of our fund balance and have the architects start working on it? Because I would think that with a tweak, they could start working on it and maybe open it in the fall of in the beginning of the year, August of 2015.
Yes, Mr. Shell, there are avenues. Again, we can always do what's called a reimbursement resolution. So if, depending on how we wanted to approach it. So again, those are discussions that once we kind of know where we're at, we can get a better handle.
I would like to know if it's possible that if we start leaning, we go with the Citizen Bond Committee and we start saying we need to do something with Wells Branch area right away, that if we could do that, and then the day, if it passes the bonds, that they could start construction, the next day or whatever, is a possibility. And I will agree with what Ms. Hannah said about doing this, aiming for May of 2014. November 2014, we will be distracted, I think, with 5 seats open for running for school board. And I think that I don't want to see those two get distracted by that. If there's some reason that it just, and mainly I just want us to get going sooner than later, because we've been postponing this for the last one we did was in November of 2008. We said that would last 3 years. It made it last 4 years. Now we made it last 5 years. And we're running all those lists, those items on that list, they've been there for 5 years. And some of those things were before, roofs and floors and, just things like that. So the longer we wait, the bigger the tab's going to be when we go forward with the bond. So, and I will say, as a participant, I think Ms. Hannah and I were on the 2008 committee. I think Ms. Cox was in the 2006 one, in 2005. It is very enlightening, and I'll put in a plug for everybody. There's no limit to the number of people who'll be on the bond committee, and you will get an eye-opening if you haven't done it. Anybody who's interested in knowing what goes on behind the scenes and what goes on when the school district, and certainly Round Rock, you'll go see schools. You'll find out why you need cafeterias, why you need hallways a certain width, why you need 21st century. So by all means, if you have any inclination for running for the school board, get on the bond committee. If we do that, if we start that in the spring, or start it here in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Ms. Law.
I was writing notes. You caught me. I'm going to play the devil's advocate here for a moment. I do 100% agree we need a bond. There's an overwhelming need that we need the bond. With this shortened time frame, it gives me pause. It gives me concern. So if it fails, I don't want to say it, but if it does, have we thought about what we can do in the meantime? Let's say it does, because we didn't have enough time to prep, and I'm wanting it to pass. I do believe that we do need it, and there is an overwhelming need, but have we thought of a contingency plan?
Well, I believe that for the best that we can do at the point in time is continue to try to use portables as best as we can to supplement the seats that are needed.
So let me ask this question. Sorry to interrupt you. So in that planning and using the portables, and that's just a necessary evil, I understand that, but have we thought about moving the boundaries and how it would affect, and what we would have to do, and what the impact would be? I mean, if that's the case, would it impact some of the sizes of the schools? Could we kind of scathe the impact of it not passing?
Well, I think all of those are things that the board would have to kind of have a discussion on. In general, we have refrained from doing boundaries unless we really needed to do them. It's not something that we do very lightly because of the turmoil that it does create.
Yes.
So I think that is something that we would have to discuss, and the board would have to, basically be the front runner in saying yes. If there's no other options, then yes, we may have to entertain some sort of boundary changes. Again, obviously we're good troopers. We're going to continue to make it work, but will it be the best that we can offer at that point in time? Well, that's kind of where we have to have that discussion.
Ms. Cox.
Well, I think it's interesting in looking at these charts that the district has grown almost exactly 10,000 students since I got on the board, which means that it's grown 10,000 students since Dr. Flores was last in this district. I think you're looking for direction on getting a study going, and I think it's apparent that we need the committee to come together and do the study for us. What they find is another story, and we have that discussion as that comes up. But I think to get the study done, I would agree that we probably need to get going on that.
I think one of the things, and I want to piggyback up of what Mr. Tisch said, the thing about this community is they're troopers. You can count on them to come and help us. I think that we can count on them to meet as we need to meet, meaning that if there's multiple meetings that I think that they would agree to serving in that capacity. And I think as long as you have the community behind you, I think it would be a successful bond program.
And I think that if you, as board members, if we know that there are community members out there that are maybe not as excited about a bond or don't believe that there's a need, as board members, we might want to go out and reach out to them and invite them to be a participant in the process. I know that in '06 we did that. We reached out to a lot of people that were naysays in '05. And I think they came to the table and realized that there were some needs. So I would encourage all the board members to, if you know somebody that's a naysayer, invite them to the table.
And I'll just say, and Ms. Law makes a good point, it is a shortened time frame. And I know you look at that schedule and you think, we're going to be really busy. But I also know that y'all have remained on top of the database of needs, the information. We have a good process and infrastructure. I have a great deal of confidence. The needs are there. It's just a matter of making sure our public understands, and we present them with something that is manageable. And those numbers you put up there, it does appear to be manageable. I'm going to put, I think one of the keys, one of the most important things for the successful bond election is a supportive board. So I'm going to put y'all on the spot a little bit here tonight, because tonight's the night to kind of hear the whole picture, the support and the doubts. So Mr. Chadwell has a slide on, and then Ms. Romero.
Well, I'll give you my what I said earlier is I think this list, and I applaud you, Mr. Flores, and the whole administration, the whole staff for keeping this list fresh. And it's, like I said, it's always been added to the whole time. And I know it takes a lot of work for the administration to put this, to coordinate the bond study committee. And, a $3 a month on average household, that's not overbearing, but, I'm not saying that everybody will do that. It's just the longer we wait, I think the bigger the tab. And, I think that we ought to leave it to let the bond study committee go forward. And if they come back and they say, no, you can get by with $100 million, maybe that's what we go out for, is just $100 million. Or maybe they say we need $250. Let the bond study, the committee, come back and make recommendations saying this is high priority. So, thank you.
Ms. Romero, and then Mr. Sellers.
Well, my thought has been for the last year that we needed a new middle school and a new elementary school. And and I think a lot of the needs are out there. And so I kind of look at this bond as a bridge bond to looking at what we're going to be going through in the next couple of months about strategic planning and vision planning and working with our communities. I think that it's time that we start preparing for the future. And so I'm interested to see what the bond study does come forth with.
Mr. Sellers?
I'm going to echo what fellow board members have said here, but want to add that a lot of the members of the community who have moved here recently are always concerned about, hey, why this, why that, why boundary changes. Typically, they're coming from California, where school districts have been built out for 40-plus years. They're not used to some of those boundary changes in the areas they're moving from. We continue to grow, and I think it's very obvious by these numbers in this area of Texas continues to grow. And I am all for doing the bond study right away. There's a shortened time frame, like Mrs. Law has pointed out, and I think it's time to get moving.
Mr. Tisch.
President Hanna, I thank you for allowing us to comment on whether or not we move forward with this or not, and I'm in 100 support of this board moving forward with naming a community bond, or getting our bond committee together. I will say this: I also agree with Trustee Romier in regards to this bridge type bond addresses the current needs, specifically in middle school and another elementary school. But more importantly, she talked about the goal settings, the process that we'll be going through here in a couple months, with the addition of a new superintendent who comes with some phenomenal ideas that are going to take us to world class. This is a great opportunity to address the current needs, which I think we will do, but also coincides with this board setting the future of this district for many years to come, which will then help dictate whether or not and when future bonds are brought to the community for approval. So I think the work that's already been done by the district is perfect for what we need right now. I encourage those stakeholders that are listening now or will hear this later to get involved, because this is what makes the city of Round Rock and the surrounding areas. This is what makes Round Rock what it is. It's the education. People move here because of the schools. Companies thrive in Round Rock because of the schools. If they want to relocate, they relocate to Round Rock because of the schools. And our community has in the past, not always, but in the past, supported their investment into their school district here in Round Rock. And so I look forward to the bond committee working in conjunction with the administration to ensure that whatever we put in front of the voters, that it will be a reasonable bond, and that it addresses our current needs, and for the future, that this board continues to look towards years to come and what our mission and our goals and vision will be with our new superintendent. So I'm really, really excited about this process. So thank you.
Well, Dr. Flores, does that give you some guidance? I think I'm hearing a very clear consensus here.
I hear it as well, and I can tell you, coming in first board meeting, and this is an item for discussion, I can tell you that you'd think I'd shy away from that, but I actually like this discussion because it tells us it's very clear and it's resounding that this board wants this administration to continue moving. So let me first say to everyone in the audience and anyone watching is that I just want to make sure that everyone understands that growth is good. Growth is good. There are 1,020 plus school districts, and I can tell you that not all are growing. In fact, maybe 850 are declining. So when you think about that, these are some of the things that occur. And when people come from California, they don't really need to build schools because they can put 47 students in a classroom. So we do have 22-1. So here in the state, and we adhere to that, and I think that's a good thing. But at the same time, I hear also a shortened time frame. But really all that tells us from an administrative standpoint is that that means maximal information within that shortened time frame. So we will not shortchange anyone knowing or watching and seeing that what's forthcoming with the information that's going to be necessary. And each of you have made very salient points, very great argument for us to move forward. But at the same time, I think Trustee Ramirez points out well, and I like the point, a bridge. And as we move forward, a bridge, there's no fluff in what was provided tonight. And some of that, I think, is so important for us to understand. There is no fluff. And as we move eventually, because growth continues, I do think it lends itself to a great strategic plan for the future that does allow us to move. But this bond in 2014, if it goes that direction, will be more so just to bridge what we need to do and have for the future, the immediate future, but then it allows us time to pause and hit a refresh button for a strategic plan that can create innovation and new ways of doing things. Because one of the things we're talking about also is growth is good, but we're also losing students in this district as well, to charter schools, to private schools, and other avenues. And I know that that's not something that we want to hear when we have 971 students on average in the last 5 years growth here. But the reality is that's good for us to move forward with the discussions of what can we do so that we do become the choice of anyone who wants to be in this district. So what I'm saying to you, and I guess I don't want to continue, I told him to 72 slides, and here 74 slides, and he did a great job of condensing his thoughts and comments, and here I'm going elongating this presentation. But I do hear you loud and clear, and I think it allows us and affords this administration to move forward with what I think the voter will say. And we cannot advocate one way or the other, obviously. All we can do is present the needs that will be existing for voters and this board in February to actually have the authority to call that bond vote. So thank you, Madam President and members of the board.
Thank you. And if we're going to proceed, I just want to echo Ms. Cox's call for volunteers, whether you are someone who's, saying, you bet we needed this, I'm glad they finally recognized it, or somebody who says they're crazy. They don't need to do this. Please volunteer and participate, because both kinds of people are going to find some surprises there, and it's certainly not, I can tell you in 08 we had real heart-wrenching discussions. It's not, the district puts in front of you a list and you check things off. This is a real opportunity to have a voice in the future of our district. So I do really call for you to participate in that. And as Mr. Chadwell said, there's no limit. It's going to ask a lot, but it's a concentrated period of time where you can come in and make a very strong impact, and we need your help. So if there's no further discussion on that, Mr. Flores, you're set? Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to agenda item J, action items for consideration by consent. Mr. Chadwell.
Madam President, I move that we adopt J 8, 9, 10, 11 by consent.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Chadwell and a second by Ms. Ramirez that we adopt items J 8, 9, 10, and 11 by consent. There's no discussion. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously. And we have just approved two very important resolutions, and so I certainly want to give those the attention that they are due. So, Mr. Tisch, would you read for us the National Red I should have practiced. National Red Ribbon Week resolution?
Madam President, with pleasure. The resolution reads, whereas the Round Rock Independent School District recognizes that drug abuse stands as one of the major challenges our society faces as we work for a safe and healthy future for all children. And whereas the goal of Red Ribbon Week is an awareness campaign to promote a healthy lifestyle through drug abuse prevention and education, parental involvement, and community-wide support. And whereas the Red Ribbon campaign provides multiple opportunities for students, parents, teachers, and others to join together to address the alcohol, tobacco, and other drug-related issues of concerns in our community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees acknowledges and supports anti-drug education activities year-round and encourages school and community support of the special emphasis on these activities during Red Ribbon Week, October 21st through the 25th, 2013.
Thank you, Mr. Tisch. Mr. Chadwell, would you please read the resolution designating October as Principals Month?
Yes. Principals Month resolution, whereas campus principals foster the success of all students by facilitating the development, communication, implementation, and evaluation of a shared vision of learning that reflects excellence, and whereas campus principals serve as a valuable resource for both their schools and communities by advocating, nurturing, and sustaining a positive and safe school climate for all stakeholders. And whereas campus principals foster the success of all students by communicating and collaborating effectively with all stakeholders. And whereas campus principals are actively committed to developing systems that empower all stakeholders to build and maintain the conditions necessary for the success of all students. And whereas campus principals cultivate the success of students by supporting, managing, overseeing the school's organization, operation, and resources. And whereas campus principals promote the success of all students by demonstrating integrity, fairness, and ethical behavior, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees recognizes the work of campus principals and declares the month of October 2013 as Principals Month in the Round Rock Independent School District. Adopted this the 17th day of October 2013. And I know we had some principals here earlier. I don't see any now, but congratulations to all of them for staying as long as they did.
Okay, Mr. Watson is here, I think. Now, there's some former principals.
I see some former principals in here. 1, 2, 3 at least.
I can tell you Round Rock ISD has the best principals, so we do appreciate all the hard work that you do. You really kind of set the tone of the school, and we appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to action items. Action item K12, consider and accept resignation of Place 1 trustee. And I can say that Mr. Sellers sent me a letter, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago now, and we spoke as well, and I'm going to let him speak for himself. But I'll say again what I told him then is he's made a very, very difficult decision for the good of his family, and I absolutely respect that. On the other hand, Brian Sellers has been on this board for really as long as I've really been actively involved, and I don't know what we're going to do without hearing, that kind of perspective from a dino to a dragon, and his commitment to the district is really, I think it's hard to even describe. I mean, he's been so involved and an asset to our board. But Mr. Sellers, did you want to say something, or?
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate the kind words. And I read the articles in the paper there, and I appreciate the kind words there in the articles that both Dr. Flores and President Hanna have given. First, you really have to say thanks. I mean, there's just so much that goes into the board. You guys know the time commitment that we put into this. It's many nights. I've missed a lot of birthdays. I've missed a lot of ball games. Missed a lot of things that my family was participating in when I was actually here. It's ironic that tonight's my 40th birthday and I'm spending it with you all. Not that you're not fun to party with. But I have to thank my parents. My mom has spent a lot of time watching our kids while I've been at board meetings and other meetings that we have, and my wife, who volunteers regularly, tends to be on the third Thursday of every month. So that night and those weeks are big for us. And then my neighbors who have watched our children, and teachers who have actually volunteered to watch our children. I can't thank them enough. Most of them without pay. Although we stuff money, try to get them to take it, a lot of teachers volunteered to do that because I'm volunteering my time. So I wanted to put a nice shout out to those teachers, and they didn't have to do that, but it's very, very appreciated. Most of you know the reason that I have decided to undertake the resignation was had a life-changing event about 3 weeks ago, and in the very short version of it is I have a lifelong friend who I've known since Chisholm Trail Middle School who is dying from brain cancer. And all of us are 40 or close to 40. And it's kind of that time in your life where you kind of take aback and you're taken aback and look at things. He has a 5-year-old daughter. I have a 7-year-old son and an 11-year-old son who need their dad more than anything right now. Before I lose them, those of you with children know those puberty, teenager years, you get disowned. And maybe at that point when they disown me, I may get back into volunteering in the community. But for now, I don't want to miss a moment with those kids and my boys and my wife. I've been asked if I'm running for a different office and all that good stuff. And at this time, I am absolutely not seeking mayor or, other positions, other political positions. So again, until my kids are disowning me, I'm not going to volunteer for much. Now, there is one thing I would like to say, and that is this bond. Certainly, I will be around to help with this bond package, and I think it's going to be something that's extremely important. So I'm not going to lead the bond committee. I heard that. I think that time is about as much as Catherine knows, right? It's about the same as a board member puts in. So I think I can help with rally the community. So with that, I just want to say thanks to my fellow board members and the staff here. I think that it's been great working with former teachers that taught me. And I don't want to name names because it'll be sentimental for me, but it's amazing. Mr. Schmidt, who was my senior English teacher, came up to me at graduation this last year and handed me a poem I had written our senior year. And when he brought it to me, I mean, it just immediately brought tears to my eyes because it summed up so well. And I couldn't believe that I did it as a senior, right? 18 and thinking about all sorts of other stuff. But what I summed up was how important friends are and family in your life. And I just want to reiterate that to everyone here that this is absolutely a decision for me and my family. And it's I still feel very good about it. So with that, I just want to say thanks to everyone here.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers, and don't forget you are our friend and part of our family. So don't go far, Mr. Chadwell.
Well, I'll say Mr. Sellers has been on the board a little bit longer than I have, and was on the was participating when I was here. And I thought he had been on the board many years because he was so knowledgeable about what was going on in the district. And didn't realize it at the time, but it was almost 40, and I think you spent 38 of those 40 years here in Round Rock. Other than the 2 years you got a little bit distracted at A&M and lived there, you've been here. So when I hear people say, well, I'm in the community or I'm involved, I think Mr. Sellers is the epitome of somebody who's not only knows what goes on here, but is very involved with his businesses, his business he and his wife run. They give a lot to the community. They're involved with so much. And I've always trusted his insight and opinions on what's going on. He has good connections with, I think, just about everybody in Round Rock who's been here more than 2 minutes. And Mr. Sellers, we always joke that he's a wooer. He's very diplomatic and very tactful, and always appreciate that and have learned a lot from him on that. So, I just think, you're still on the board until we find a replacement, so we're going to put you to work, and I do appreciate all your effort. I know it's a lot. Having 2 sons of myself, they will disown you at some point, but in reality, they're keeping an eye on you, and they'll respect you, so wish you the best.
Appreciate that, Chad.
Ms. Law.
I've thought a lot about what I was going to say and your resignation and the time that I've spent with you on the board, and all I can say is I'm going to miss you. We have bridged gaps. We have had good conversations. Who's going to sing karaoke when we're at graduation? And you've made.
Or there's a video of that somewhere. Let's erase
I've
that.
got photos. So, and I have appreciated the efforts and time that you've taken in conversations, and I will miss you.
Thank you, Polly.
That was between ceremonies, not.
Yeah.
Ms. Cox.
Yeah, I think that I look back and I go, I can remember you sitting down this end always, but I remember the day you started reading that resolution and it was the wrong resolution, and I said, Mr. Sellers, I think you're on the wrong resolution, and you said, oh, and you quickly got to the right one. You've come a long way since then. You have come a long way since then, and you've added a lot of value to the district and to the board, and we will miss you, and we will call on you to woo in the community when we need you to do that. But I have appreciated working with you, and I will continue to.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate that.
Mr. Tisch and then Ms. Ramir.
I was going to sing a song for you, Brian. It's a poem I wrote in junior high.
Can someone call a point of order?
Yes or no?
Point of
Once
order.
was a man from Nantucket.
No, I, being the newest board member, I just want to say this for those who did not know. I was minding my own business and doing my own thing when I received a phone call from Brian, who asked me to consider filling a spot on the board a few months ago. And as we talked a little bit about it, I knew what the amount of time it took, and we talked about that as well. But I also, to talk about the story of your friend. And when we were all in Tassa Tasby, Brian was not with us because he had flown to Germany to be with his friend. And so I know we talked about it that Saturday night dinner we had, and Dr. Flores talking about that type of commitment to a friend and how understandable that is. But we did not know that the impact it would have on you coming home. But it makes perfectly good sense. And a reminder to all of us that are still going to stay on the board, who have children, the children of our community. That's why we're all here in the first place. That it's our duty to do whatever it takes to get them through life. But what a commitment you are, and an example you are to parents everywhere, to step away from something I know you truly, truly love, and to do this for your children. And I commend you on your decision. You will be missed, but we know you're not going to leave Round Rock, and that's a great thing. So anyway, those are my 2 cents.
Ms. Romero.
Well, you might be the wooer, but I'm the crier next to Diane. So what I will say to you personally will be personally. And I'm known for voting no. So with this, I might just vote no because I enjoy our travels. So I'm not going to say anything more because I'm a big crier, because I love the fact that you serve our district and the fact that you're a dino. More importantly, I love that it wasn't 2 years. I would hope that he spent 4 years in College Station. Just 2?
More.
Oh, okay. I was like,
He was very smart.
super cheaper, there you are.
Right.
So I most likely will vote no. I know that's what you want, but that would just be a nice little kiss for you. And I just appreciate your service. I'm sorry, Chad, what? So we will always have our times in San Antonio where you did sing karaoke and Sepperman, and you and I had a great time. So you will be missed. I understand and respect your decision. However, selfishly, I wish it hadn't happened.
Thank you, Terry.
And board members, as difficult as it may be, I will entertain a motion.
Not from me.
Mr.
Who's
Tisch?
going to do it?
I'm going to do it.
Thank you, Paul.
And so it's not part of the resolution, but with regret and sadness, Madam President, I move that the board accept the resignation of Brian Sellers, Place 1 trustee.
Second.
What happens if it doesn't second?
Please.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Tisch, a second by Mr. Sellers, that the board accept the resignation of Brian Sellers,
Can you
Place
do
1 trustee. He yes, and he continues to have all the rights and obligations
Madam
of a board
President, I
member.
move to modify that and deny his request.
Second.
You did have your light on, Ms. Chadwell. Did you have?
I was
Okay.
just going to make that.
Is there any further discussion?
I would like to tell Mr. Sellers that your kids do come back.
Yeah, they do.
I'm at that point.
Looking for money, or
Yes.
Do laundry. That's you.
do laundry. Yeah.
Laundry.
Then all those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? The
Thank you,
motion
Terry.
carries 6-1. Mr. Sellers, I think we've said all we can say. I'm now we have to think about trying to fill your shoes.
Yes.
Which is difficult to do. So we'll move on to action item K13, which is to discuss and adopt a process for replacement of Place 1 trustee. And Mr. Sellers?
I have some ideas. After going through the process that we went to replace Trustee Colby, I felt that it was a great process we had to bring community members in. I believe we had them submit their resume online. Ms. Ocusey had set up a nice portal there. And for me, that was a great way to do it because you could see everyone's talents and you could see the energy level from those folks from that process. So I, for one, would vote to go with that process again. However, I do have concerns about the time frame there. Legally, I do have an obligation, of course, to sit in this seat until I am replaced. So the next time that could actually happen is the November 21st board meeting. I believe it took us about, I want to say it was 4 to 5 weeks, maybe even 6 weeks for the replacement for Trustee Colby. But certainly I will stay around until we do find that replacement. But I did think that was a fair process, and we got to see a lot of people who were interested in the community in joining the board. Also, being that it is in November, they will have a full, complete year of board induction before they actually have to run again and be a good proving ground for that individual.
Ms. Law.
I'd like to piggyback off of what Brian had said. We went through a wonderful process as far as going online, reading their resumes, vetting the candidates. I would like to make a suggestion due to the time constraints that Brian had said, and with the 90-day transition with Dr. Flores, and then our upcoming strategic planning, I personally feel that we've already gone through this truly less than 5 months ago. We had some wonderful candidates come forward. We've already vetted them, and in the essence of time that we really don't have right now is we use the candidate pool that was already set forth because we had some wonderful candidates. They've already been vetted, and we can expedite this process and have that transition happen quickly and be able to move forward with our strategic planning and make it as seamless as possible.
Ms. Cox and then Ms. Romero.
I would like to echo what Mr. Sellers says. I do like the process. I do, however, Ms. Law, I do disagree with going back to that same original list because as we've seen with a couple of weeks with Mr. Sellers, people's minds change, and I think we do need to open it up and make sure that those people are still interested, and if they are, they can even submit the same application. But just to make sure that they're interested, we've had another graduating class of Leadership Round Rock ISD, so that may have generated some new folks as well. So I do like the opportunity to at least open it up and give those people the opportunity to say yes or no. We also have a new trustee on the board since we did that, and I think it would be nice for him to go from the beginning of the process to the end as well. So I did like the process, and I would continue to support that.
Ms. Romero, and then Mr. Chadwell, and then Mr. Tisch.
Well, for efficiency, this is the first time that we've had 2 trustees resign in less than 5 months, and we have gone through a superintendent search, and we have given up a lot of our time. Now that we are in the holidays and we're in football season and we've got school activities, I think, and then we've got the 90-day entry plan, the strategic plan, the team building. I think that if we do look at, Mr. Tisch was part of that program, so he saw what went through, or what the candidates went through. I think we do have ample amounts of candidates that were vetted out during this process. I think it might be difficult for all of us to be able to commit to the same time schedule. So I'm for just in the sense of time and efficiency and the number of meetings that are coming on our plates, within the holidays, I'm for just looking at the candidates that have been vetted out already.
Mr. Chadwell and then Mr. Tisch.
I'd like to, because Mr. Tisch is new on the board, I'd like for him to have the opportunity to go through this process. And we're really, in reality, we're only looking at 2 days essentially for interviews, and we could even do that in a matter of we could shorten that, the number of questions either we ask or the amount of time that we are allocate to the candidates. I thought the process worked well last time. I think that we had some great submissions. We interviewed 5 great candidates. I think there were even more in there that would have turned out well. So, and it was a difficult decision, and I think in fairness to everybody else, this is an opportunity that we've been given and a responsibility, and I don't think there's any urgency to rush through to get this. I'd rather do it right. In reality, the only time is the interview, the time we go through the interview. The rest of the reading, we can do that on our own time. We can do that at football games or whatever. Or so I don't think reading the submissions is an unbearable or overbearing responsibility.
Mr. Tisch, and as the person who went through the process, you probably have some perspective.
I do, and I do want to thank my fellow trustees for allowing me this opportunity to sit down here at the end of this table. I think the process and to as we discuss the options of whether or not do we already have a good pool of folks to choose from, I would agree with Trustee Law and Romero that we already have those folks there. What's interesting, though, is I would think those same folks said if there was somebody you eyed in that process, they're going to rise to the top. They normally do. And this is actually it seems a more condensed schedule than we had when I went through the process.
No, it's the exact same.
Is it the same?
Yes.
I guess because the resignation of Trustee Colby, it was announced, but I think he was on the, how long was he stayed on the board from the time he announced?
He stayed a little longer than what Trustee Sellers is planning to stay. I think he did about 2 or 3 board meetings. He stayed through graduation.
That's what it was. He announced, but then he knew he wanted to stay through graduation. So it seemed like it was a longer process. But the process that we have now, and I think it actually addresses the need to try to have this resolved by the 21st of next month. I would caution, though, us as trustees that regardless if we were just to say, let's take what we had before, the pool from what we had, or even ask for additional candidates and having each board member select one, that if you feel that we're rushing through the process to kind of put the brakes on it and say, hey, can we take some more time? I think the days of the interview process, I think, was 20 minutes. And I think I remember stating in my opening comments that this board of 7 will do the work that 50,000 people did in the previous election. That's how many people voted in November during the election of Trustee Romero and Trustee, I think it's 20. I'm sorry. I'm looking right at Law and Chadwell. So I think it was 50,000 people that voted. And so you're asking this board to do the same thing as 50,000 people did who participated in the process. So I wouldn't take it too lightly. I think the timetables, it worked. I mean, when I got a call, like I said, from Trustee Sellers, hey, would you consider this? I got online. I did the application. I was honored to get an email the next week saying you've made the first round cut. Please submit your responses to these questions. I sat down. I answered those questions. And the timing just kind of went along. But same thing what Diane said. I think some folks who did not participate in the last time may be willing to do so this time. And those who participated the first time may not want to be in that same spot. So we would be taking a lot of liberties by just saying, let's pull from that same group, and we haven't even asked them yet. I'm sure we will ask all those folks that participated last time, hey, look, you made it that far the first time. Would you be willing to do it again? And so I think we can, I think it's a balance. We have a balance between the two, and it can be done under this timetable. So that's my 2 cents. And again, I appreciate you asking how I felt through it. And I thought it was the process I thought was very, very good. And I think it served the district well.
Well, and we're in a new world now. We're in a citizens bond study world now, and so I would, in the tradition of our district and our community, I would want to open it up to let folks who have an excitement and enthusiasm with working with us on this new project to get their names in. Ms. Law is exactly right. We had a great number of good candidates, and I do hope that there's a way to go back to those folks and say, do you still want to be considered? But I would really want to open it up. And I think this is a doable schedule to get somebody seated and sworn in November. I think that would be good. We don't have to. We can do the business of the district. We can continue to do the business of the district even if we can't make that time frame. But I think it's important it was a process that's worked for us pretty well, as evidenced by, two of our sitting trustees. I think we should continue it. Ms. Cox?
Is there a way, when we have the website, is there a way to simplify it for the people that have already applied if they want to submit their names again? To have an area where new people can apply and fill out the application, and people that applied in the last time can just simplify the process by clicking on something because we have their applications
Right, we
already.
do. I could send a direct invitation to those candidates. I'm assuming you just want the ones that y'all actually interviewed, not y'all narrowed it down to a smaller group. So I could send
Well,
an
actually, no. I would
Well,
rather
no.
open it.
No, I say open it, but I'm saying about to simplify the process for the people that you interviewed last time.
I would
as
say the
well.
people who submitted their
Everybody
names.
that submitted.
Okay, so I could send an email to those individuals. All of them have already submitted their philosophy statement. They may want to review them and change some of it based on the experience that they went through the first time. So we have that. If they were to send me an email saying, keep my package as is, submit it to the board, we can go ahead and include it. They wouldn't have to resubmit. But I would think that they may want to at least review what they said, because we are heading into a different time period with the bond.
Right.
But-
But they have the opportunity, if they wanted to just leave it as is
Yes.
and just submit, they could do that.
Mhm.
But then we could still open it to other
Yes.
people.
Ms. Ramiro?
I am out of town November 18th through the 21st.
So I would imagine we could adopt the process and shift some of the times.
If we could talk about the times right now, if you have your calendars, it would be good for the staff purposes, so we can know how to plan out our work, especially as we're moving into the bond study committee as well. So, what our plan would be, if this is adopted, tomorrow morning, we would send out a press release, and we'll also open up the process online for people to submit their information. Then it would close on November 1st. It's exactly 2 weeks, which is a standard procedure the district uses when asking for a community to be involved. Then on November 1st, that is a Friday, and the deadline will be at 5 p.m. And before staff leaves that evening, we will email the board members everyone's information. We're going to ask that you spend that weekend looking at their philosophy statement. You may recall that's an abbreviated version of the application. It's just them sharing with you what their philosophy is on education. Then on November 4th, which is that Monday by noon, we would ask for you to submit your candidate, the name of the candidate that you would like to go forward. We will send an email to those candidates giving them instructions to complete questions. And these were the questions you submitted last round. And if you'd like to change those, you would just need to let us know what you'd like to change. Then we would give the candidates until November 8th to submit their responses, and then we'll send it directly to you afterwards. You'll have a few days to review the applications and responses, and then submit a clarifying question that'll be used when they come in and interview in person with you. And then, depending on how many candidates, if y'all each choose one person different, then you'll be interviewing 7. The last time there was only 5. So we may need up to 2 days of interviews, or it may be 1. So we'd like to at least have 2 days identified to conduct interviews.
Well, and I know when you and I first spoke, I looked like I had trial the week before that. That has cleared. So if we could, sounds like we could do the interviews the week of November 11th, right?
I will be gone the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 16th watching 2 of our high school bands in Grand Nationals up in Indianapolis.
11th is good.
So the 2 days prior to that, the 10th and 11th,
10th is a Sunday.
The 11th and 12th, I would be available.
Oh, so the
You are available on the 11th and the 12th?
I'm sorry, yes, because we'll be leaving the schools on the 12th.
So you're not available the
I'm
12th?
sorry, the Wednesday. What is Wednesday?
The 13th.
I'm sorry, did that wrong.
I'm putting you down for the 12th, Mr. Tisch.
Tuesday.
So 11th.
Do we have other folks available on the 12th, which is a Tuesday, or the 11th, which the 11th is Veterans Day,
I'm good
right?
either day.
Madam President, may I just, the question regarding the new state laws that allow for video conferencing, is this one of those opportunities that we could, no? You're shaking your head no?
We agreed last time not to do that.
Well, and I'm looking over here at Mr.
Yeah.
Bingham, and he's shaking his head no,
Oh,
which
geez,
is more
you
important.
shakers, no.
That definitely means no.
They don't cancel each other out, unfortunately.
Just checking.
And I would need 2 dates. So if it would be the 11th and 12th, because if y'all have 7 candidates, it takes about 30 to 40 minutes per candidate. So I don't think you
Well,
want
I
to have.
think we ran ahead of schedule last
We
time.
did. We ran them through.
So why don't we limit it to like 15 instead? Was it 20 that we had?
It was. We gave them 5 minutes to talk about themselves at the beginning, and then they had 2 minutes per question, roughly. That's what the instructions that we gave. And some candidates answered the question in 30 seconds. Some took a minute, but it was a little faster than what we've experienced in the past.
Mr. Chadwell.
I'm available the 11th and 12th, and I would request that we shorten the questions, either make them, just ask them quicker, what we did. I think it worked well last time, but I think we could even go a little bit faster, and if we can, we'll try to squeeze it into one night if possible. But again, I'm available for both nights if we need to.
Do I have people on the 11th and the 12th? I do. Okay, so assuming, I mean, we haven't approved the process, but if we did, those would be the dates for the interviews. Mr. Tisch.
Madam President, I move that the board adopt the process as presented to name a replacement for the place 1 board vacancy, and with the dates as amended, if that works for everyone, the 12th and 13th.
It was the 11th and
12th.
Right.
Yes.
And
Put that in
I
your
think
calendar
because we've discussed it, and I think we can probably, if we just say as presented, I think that probably
Covers
covers
it.
us,
All right.
doesn't it?
That's
Or-
my motion.
Second.
As discussed. We'll leave it at that.
As discussed, okay.
I have a motion by Mr. Tisch, a second by Mr. Sellers, that the board adopt the process as discussed to name a replacement for the place 1 board vacancy. Ms. Romero?
Start time?
I can start as early as y'all want to start.
Staff will be ready to start anytime you want. I mean, if you want to start at 3 o'clock, we could start at 3 o'clock. I mean,
I'm going to amend my statement.
What's the earliest? I mean, we're ready to
Well, we
go
have
at
to
any
think
time.
about our candidates because they may be working.
Right.
So.
Right, so
Better get
5
used to it.
o'clock?
So 6.
But we start our board meetings at 6.
6.
Right.
That's
So
what I was
6.
going to say. 6.
So let's say 6.
Okay, and I think the last time we started as early as 5:30 for the candidate interviews, just so you know, we did start relatively early. But you want to make it 6 o'clock?
5:30.
We can say 5:30, and then
5:27.
look at the time.
It's not my fault.
It's not. You're right. So I have a motion and a second to adopt the process as discussed to name a replacement for the place 1 board vacancy. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed?
Of course, I have.
The motion carries 6-1. Do you have everything you need from us for now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I do appreciate you jumping right into action.
Oh, you're welcome.
So we'll move on. We don't have very much left, but we've been going for about 2 hours. No? Do you guys not need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes. We're out of open session at 10:30.
I wasn't 5 behind. So I didn't have anywhere to go.
motion by Ms. Romero, a second by Mr. Tisch, to waive the requirement of 2 separate readings and to adopt FM local as submitted by the administration with an adoption date of October 17th, 2013. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to agenda item K15, appointment of replacement for School Health Advisory Council member.
Mr. Ramiro Flores would be carrying that item, but I believe this is a replacement for Mr. Sellers. So if Mr. Sellers would like to let us know if he's got a replacement for that, then we can move on.
Mr. Sellers?
Yes, I do, and I would like to thank Mrs. Tracy Dick for her service on the shack, and we were sad to see her go. I did want to name Miss Norma Walls as the replacement for Tracy Dick on the shack. Mrs. Walls goes through her children go through the Chisholm Trail feeder, just to let everyone know.
Second.
So I have a motion.
That was weak. Excuse me.
Would you like to?
Yeah, let me read the motion.
I mean, this is your swan song, buddy.
I was just about to, yeah. I move that the board appoint Mrs. Norma Walls to the School Health Advisory Council. Jeez.
Let's sneak that in.
To the school board. We'll get this taken care of tonight.
That would have saved 2 days of interviews.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Sellers, a second by Ms. Ramire, that the board appoint Mrs. Norma Waltz to the School Health Advisory Council. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. The motion carries unanimously, and
She
thank
almost
you.
got more than what she bargained for.
Guess what, Mrs. Walls?
We'll now move on to agenda item K16, approval of purchase of real estate for Round Rock ISD future high school and related facilities.
Mr. Strusley, Director of Facilities and Construction, will lead that item.
Item 16 concerns the acquisition of an additional 14.2 acres immediately north of the Wallene tract, which the district acquired a few weeks ago to complete the acquisition of the land necessary to build a high school number 7 in the future. And the action includes approving authority to enter into an earnest money contract for the purchase of that acreage.
And as Mr. Flores said earlier in his bond study presentation, we always try to stay ahead on land, and we've already got a good parcel of land for high school number 7, and this basically squares it out and makes it more usable. Is that a fair description?
That is correct.
Ms. Ramire?
Madam President, I move that the superintendent be authorized to enter into an earnest money contract for the purchase of approximately 14.2 acres in Williamson County, Texas, owned by the Avery Family Interest. The district perform the appropriate due diligence to determine whether the property is suitable for the intended use by the district, and that administration present a resolution to authorize purchase of the property provided the due diligence investigation determines that the property is suitable for use by the district, and the funds will come from surplus bond funds and earnings from bond funds.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Ramire, a second by Mr. Tisch, that the superintendent be authorized to enter into an earnest money contract for the purchase of approximately 14.2 acres in Williamson County, Texas, owned by the Avery Family Interest. The district perform the appropriate due diligence to determine whether the property is suitable for the intended use by the district, and that administration present a resolution to authorize purchase of the property provided the due diligence investigation determines that the property is suitable for use by the district, with purchase done by bond surplus funds and earnings from bond funds. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to agenda item K17, ratification of interlocal agreements entered into during the 2012-2013 fiscal year. Mr. Tisch?
Before Randy gives his presentation?
Well, let's let Mr. Stats tell us what we're doing. and then you
If you
can
would
do
like
it.
to move forward, be my guest. Board members, government code does allow the school district to enter into interlocal agreements with other jurisdictions. The policy does provide that we bring those interlocal agreements back to you for ratification. So you have a list of all of those items attached that were approved during the 2012-2013 year.
Thank you. Mr. Tisch?
Madam President, I move that the board ratify and approve the interlocal agreements negotiated on behalf of the district during the 2012-13 fiscal year as outlined.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Tisch, a second by Ms. Cox, that the board ratify and approve the interlocal agreements negotiated on behalf of the district during the 2012-13 fiscal year as outlined. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Stats. We'll now move on to action item K18, adoption of resolution approving nominations for Travis Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Board members, we have received notice from the appraisal district accepting nominations. The actual deadline in statute is October the 15th, but I have visited with both appraisal districts, and they are willing to accept nominations for this evening. Whatever you choose to move forward with this evening will create a ballot, which will be brought back to you in November to be voted on for the actual ballot. I will share with you that Travis County is a little bit different than Williamson County. They have actually 10 board members in Travis County, and they're categorized by the geographic quadrant of the county. We're actually in the eastern portion of Travis County, according to them, which is kind of interesting. Rico Reyes is currently the representative for our quadrant. And the city of Elgin has already nominated him, so he is already in the pool, if you will. I've visited with Pflugerville, Del Valle, and Manor, and they have not moved forward with any nominations. So you could certainly, renominate him. You could nominate someone else, or you could take no action this evening with regard to the Travis County Appraisal District.
Thank you. Ms. Romero?
I just want the board to know that due to my profession as a real estate broker and my ability to go fight for the taxpayer and their property assessment, I believe I will abstain from this to avoid any conflict of interest for 18 and 19.
Okay. Mr. Chadwell?
I'll say, Ms. Ramirez, after checking with Mr. Langford today, the Chief Appraiser for Williamson County, there should not be any conflict. If you care to vote, you're welcome to abstain if you'd like, but there should not be any conflict if you want to vote. But, Madam President, I move that the board adopt a resolution approving the following individual as Round Rock ISD's nominee for the Travis Central Appraisal District Board of Directors, Rico Reyes.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Chadwell, a second by Ms. Cox, that the board adopt a resolution approving the following individual as Round Rock ISD's nominee for the Travis Central Appraisal District Board of Directors, Rico Reyes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries 6 to nothing with 1 abstention. Is that the way I say that? Okay.
That's good.
Did I tell you how early I got up this morning?
3 times.
Nothing. And we're still here. We'll move on to agenda item K19, adoption of resolution approving nominations for Williamson Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. And I'm going to ask Mr. Stats to discuss with you a letter I received today from our friends in Leander, asking that we nominate Cecilia Crowley to the board of directors. So, Mr. Stats, can you speak to that as far as why they're asking us to do that, whether we can nominate more than one candidate and the effects of that?
Absolutely. The board with the Williamson Central Appraisal District is comprised of 5 members. They have received nominations from 3 of those members, Harry Gibbs, Rufus Honeycutt, and Deborah Hunt. The 2 remaining members, who I understand are also interested in rerunning, is Mr. Charles Chadwell and Cecilia Crowley. Cecilia Crowley was a former member of or a former employee of Leander ISD for many years. She served in a role similar to mine and also served in Eanes ISD. She's been on the board for 2 years and is interested in rerunning. Because of the timeline of receiving the notice, Leander did not have the opportunity to include an agenda item to nominate anyone. You can nominate one, two, three, or any number of individuals this evening for the appraisal board.
Mr. Chadwell?
Mr. Bingham, can you give a real quick review of my participation on this board? Just make sure that everything's up front and okay with all that?
Yes, sir. Board members, the appraisal district statute under Board of Directors provides that there is no conflict in a member of a board that participates in the appraisal district from being on the board of the appraisal district. So the legal conflict is answered in the statute. And so there is no reason you could not serve if elected on that board.
Okay, and I'll thank you, Mr. Bingham. And I'll say, as I said earlier, I talked to Mr. Langford, Alvin Langford, who's the chief appraiser for Williamson County, and he said it's very common for all of the counties across the state of Texas to have members of their largest taxing entity sit on their board. So Round Rock ISD is about 25% of all of Williamson County. So he said it's very common and highly encouraged for a board member of their largest taxing entity to be on their board. So,
Ms. Cox?
Madam President, I move that the board adopt a resolution approving the following individuals as Round Rock ISD's nominees for the Williamson Central Appraisal District Board of Directors: Charles Chadwell, Rufus Honeycutt, and Deborah Hunt. And I don't have
Cecilia Crowley.
Cecilia Crowley.
Sick.
I have a motion by Ms. Cox and a second by Mr. Sellers that the board adopt a resolution approving the following individuals as Round Rock ISD's nominees for the Williamson Central Appraisal District Board of Directors: Deborah M. Hunt, Rufus Honeycutt, Charles Chadwell, and Cecilia Crowley. Ms. Ramir?
I just appreciate the fact that you talked to Alvin, but just for my personal position on the board, and then as a broker, I don't want to give any, it may be legal for me to vote, but I'm choosing to do away with that potential question of being a conflict of interest, because I do go and fight to lower property taxes. So that's I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chadwell?
And certainly invite you, Ms. Ramir, to come to a board meeting and kind of see the process anytime you'd like. And matter of fact, next week we have a meeting. You're welcome to attend that. So I'm ready to vote. Call the order. Call the point.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries 5-1 with one abstention. We'll now move on to agenda item K20, approval of the Cooperative Program Management Fees Report.
Board members, the district is able to utilize one of the purchasing methods in using cooperatives. It does require that we report back to you on the fees that we pay as part of those organizations. You can see the long list of some of those groups that we've utilized in the past. The largest one on there, the TASB Buy Board for vehicles, that we only pay that fee if we're actually purchasing vehicles in that particular year, and it's for that particular transaction. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Chadwell?
I think this is a great investment, and I'm glad that we have that. Certainly TASB does an excellent job with their buy board. So, Madam President, I move that the contract-related cooperative fees report provided above be approved as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Chadwell, a second by Mr. Tisch, that the contract-related cooperative fees report provided above be approved as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to agenda item K21, approval of an amendment to the 2013-2014 budget. Mr. Stats?
Good evening. It's
You
getting
look
late.
familiar.
I'll talk fast. Board members, the budget amendment is typically what you see on a quarterly basis that we share with you. I will share with you that we only outline the larger transactions, $300,000 and greater. We can certainly revise that at any time given your wishes. There are a lot of transactions. You can probably see in that transaction report on the quarterly financials, there are thousands of transactions that have already transpired just in that 3-month time frame. This is the first quarter is the time frame that We roll forward those purchase orders from the prior fiscal year that were not completed. So some of the larger items are items that you have approved utilizing fund balance for: Success High School, Grisham Roof, the Caraway Roof, things of that nature. And so the larger items you'll see in there are related to that. Of course, the laptop initiative that we talked about earlier this evening. Also, remember that a lot of the department budgets include dollars that are transferred directly to campuses for different types of things. They're housed initially in the department budget and then transferred out. So some of those transactions you might see in there as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Tisch?
Get back to that page. Sorry, I was looking at the presentation. Madam President, I move that the board approve the amendment to the 2013-2014 budget as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Tisch, a second by Mr. Chadwell, that the board approve the amendment to the 2013-2014 budget as presented. Ms. Ramir?
Will you be making those additional comments that we talked about yesterday? Because I really kind of thought that they would be in this presentation to kind of make it, clarify it more to the public.
Well, I can certainly answer any specific questions that you had. I think one of the things we addressed was, at the June board meeting, the board adopts a budget for the next fiscal year, and that $339.4 million budget is what starts off, and then those adjustments and modifications take place beyond that. I know we talked about possibly modifying additional ones moving forward. I think we've communicated to you in the past that over the last 2 years we've changed our process a little bit so that we have a separate fund within the general fund for those fund balance type items. I think I've shared that with you in the past, and so although it's all considered part of the general fund in 199, we segregate it out in the financial statements. They just all collapse up in when we do our actually the financial report. So going forward in the future, we could segregate those out into that 181 fund if that makes it easier for you to identify those fund balances. We didn't prepare that for this evening, but we could certainly do that going forward if that would make it easier.
I just think it would make it more clear. It's 11 to the public on how that money is transferred from the fund balance into the general operating fund.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that the public understands it.
And we can include some additional verbiage in the explanations as well to kind of outline that a little bit better for you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item K22, approval of 2013-2014 campus and district improvement plans. Ms. Cox?
They're all coming to the podium. I would like to just thank Dr. Flores and his staff. I've made several phone calls this week about different items on the campus improvement plans. So I guess I can say I read them.
Thank you.
Which is interesting. But I do appreciate the explanations and the clarifications and some of the changes that were made. And that being said, I move that the campus and district improvement plans for the 2013-2014 school year be approved as presented by the campuses and administration.
I second.
I have a motion by Ms. Cox, a second by Ms. Law, that the campus and district improvement plans for the 2013-2014 school year be approved as presented by the campuses and administration. Mr. Chadwell?
Yes, I was going to make a comment as well. I started reading through those, and very detailed, very comprehensive, and I know there's a lot of attention that goes into those, and so I'm not sure I got every page of every one of them, but there was so much there that you can tell that every one of these campuses, and they're all very focused on improving. Even if they're doing well, they still want to do better. So applaud you for the work, and I'm glad there's a there. So, and I see a lot of powerful people right behind you, and I know they pitched in on it. So thank you.
And I'd like to also thank you. I really enjoy reading them, although at some point it becomes more, I didn't get to read them all, and I've been making some notes and probably will, have some questions, kind of not major questions, just things that it makes me want to know more about. I will say for the folks who put them together, there were just a few that didn't have kind of that, there's that comprehensive needs assessment, I think is what the first, a few that had less detail on those. For the folks who are filling them out, as a board member, if you're trying to send a message as something you need, that's a really good place to put that. So I would encourage the schools to really be, to do a good summary, because that's a good place to kind of send a message. And I know some of the questions I have are related to some of the things I read in that of can we do better providing, some resources to particular schools. But thank you so much for putting those together. One thing I've said before, and I know y'all do it, the schools are very good about sharing best practices within the school. But when you're reading them, you think, I hope that there's a good opportunity for the schools to share best practices among, the various schools, because there's so many exciting things going on at each school. So, is there any further discussion? I don't want to hog. Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Cox and a second, I believe, by Ms. Law, that the campus and district improvement plans for the 2013-2014 school year be approved as presented by the campuses and administration. There's no further discussion. Everyone in favor, please signify by raising your hand. The motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to agenda item K23, approval of the Memorandum of Understanding for the Travis County Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program for 2013-2014. Ms. Ramirez?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the Memorandum of Understanding for the Travis County Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program for the 2013-2014 school year.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Ramirez, a second by Ms. Law, that the board approve the Memorandum of Understanding for the Travis County Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program for the 2013-2014 school year. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. The motion carries unanimously. And we have made it through K.
Hour late.
We're doing very well. We're going to have to really stretch, though, to make it to the very bitter end of Mr. Seller's birthday celebration. Agenda item L is public communication regarding items not on the agenda, and I do not believe we have any of those. So we'll move on to agenda item M, board announcements, requests for future agenda items. Ms. Ramirez?
I have a request for the board to consider. I looked at the reserve bonds, or the remaining surplus bonds that we have, and I would really like the board to consider at the next board meeting the replacement of the elementary gym floors. I believe it's $393 or $339,000, and I think that those dollars out of the surplus funds would definitely be well spent. So I would like that to go on the next agenda.
Okay, so board members, what I need now is not a discussion of the item, but a very brief up or down on whether we have consensus on placing that on the next agenda. Mr. Chadwell?
I'm in favor of discussing it, but I'll leave that to the administration and make the recommendation.
Ms. Law?
Yes.
Ms. Cox? Mr. Sellers? Mr. Tisch?
Yes.
Okay, seems like we have consensus on that. Do we want to go ahead and talk first before we hear the reports, Dr. Flores, about the goal-setting meeting? Or
Yeah, the goal setting, I just real briefly on that, and looking at as we're looking at calendar consolidation for the interviews, what I'll do is, I think it's in the best interest for us to probably have Patty, send the agenda to each board member, and then have a discussion with your calendar. So for us, that's just a quick move that we can do, because I do think it's important that we have Peter Flynn and Rick Berry back up as soon as possible. But I'll get the proposed agenda to you, and then we'll send it out. Patty will send it out, and then we'll have discussion, because the first priority right now, I think, as well, is a trustee interview. So that way you can have a lot of options there.
okay, and I'd really like to have that new trustee seated to get to engage in that process with us. So let's get some reports. Mr. Chadwell, would you like to talk about Central Texas School Board?
Sure, real quick. Last night we had a meeting at Kelly Lane Middle School over in Pflugerville, right near Hendrickson High School, and there were about 25 people showed up. I think 8 districts. Ms. Cox was there. Dr. Flores showed up. Mr. Flores was there, Ms. Accusey. We had a good representation from Round Rock. Tom Maynard on the State Board of Education attended and gave us an update on House Bill 5. Was very informative. And what I took away with it, the key factor was we all hear about TEKS, TEKS, the Texas Essential Skills and Knowledge, test, and he said every year they try to add more to it, and he said essentially that's an unfunded mandate, and they're really starting to push back on that and start saying, you can't just keep adding more testing without taking something away. So he was very informative. He was very gracious to attend. Dr. Marcia Farney, who's a representative now up in the Georgetown area, she was going to attend. She was on the state board a year ago, but she had a conflict that came up, and I think she'll come again. And Dr. Flores was there, and I had an email this morning when I got up that one of the board members was very impressed that you were there and was very acknowledged your work in the past. So I know you didn't get any chance to speak, but you'll get the chance next time, so welcome aboard.
Look forward to it.
And can you gracefully segue into a report on the Williamson Central Appraisal District?
What a coincidence.
Impressed.
Nothing to report since last time we didn't have a meeting. The meetings with the Central Appraisal District, again, which are open to everybody, they're not the same time every month. We kind of vary it, but we do have a meeting next week, so really no updates since my last meeting.
Mr. Sellers, would you like to report on CAPCOG and PI Foundation?
So as far as CAPCOG, we haven't had a meeting since the last update that we had, the financial update. Give you an allergy report. The PI Foundation golf tournament is on Monday. I'm happy to say my team already won. We pre-filled out our scorecard, and I'm very excited to say that we won. So I'll announce that. Let me just say, though, that's the tournament I do every year. I really enjoy going to that one and playing in it. We've been doing this the last 5 years. This will be the 5th year that we played in it. And I'm usually out there. I would like to encourage the other trustees to come out to the PI tournament. Even if you don't play golf, it's a lot of fun to ride in the cart with Joy Lynn. Her cart's the funnest. And they have a lot of fun just driving around and taking pictures and talking with the golfers. So it is actually a great use of time to visit with people in our community who give back to the school district. So it really is a good use of time. And Dr. Flores, I think you might already have plans to be out there. If you're a ringer, we need you. So,
I'm not, but I will be playing. I'll be putting.
Well, it'll be good to see you out there. But the rest of the board members, it is such a great time. And if you could be out there, and if you just want to ride with my team or somebody else's team, we'll get you on a golf cart out there, and it's just a very good time to meet with those folks. So
I will be out of town, but remember to make sure that you buy raffle tickets and silent auctions.
Yes.
Because I encouraged you, and you won. So,
I did win a super ticket.
That's
and
right,
went
you
to
did.
the Dallas Cowboys game.
So spend a lot of money there,
Yeah,
Brian.
it was a great time. Thank you, Ms. Romero.
Thank you. And then we have a report this month from Ms. Law, who was our delegate to the Texas Association of School Boards General Assembly, which sounds like even more fun than usual because of technical difficulties this year. But Ms. Law, would you want to tell us?
We got to use Frisbees and hold them up and vote because it got pretty exciting and heated. So Brian was in Germany and was not able to go, and I was the alternate. And I have to say it was a very unique experience, and I enjoyed it. I was very much a rookie and sat next to another rookie, so it made it interesting. We had, I believe it's Verna Jean Mott from Pflugerville, but the only person that was challenged, they actually had, let's vote and 5 minutes to talk about why they should have a seat, was for the director position in Region 10, position B. And they both gave up. It was James Good, I believe is how you say it, and Linda Gooch, and they both spoke as to why they would like to have the position. They voted, and she won. And I thought that was pretty interesting to kind of see that play out because everyone else, it was just they were nominated and placed. And they had 16 resolutions that went forward. One was not even presented. They had decided not to even present it to the delegates. 2 of them were removed because of some changes that had happened with the law. So it was interesting to go through and vote through each one of the resolutions and see what Tessa Tasby is going to be working on this year. So I thought it was very interesting.
Thank you. And we could use Frisbees here, but one of us would be throwing it out into the audience, and then we couldn't vote.
Quite interesting how they came up with the count. It was okay. It looks like it's 3/4 of the room or 2/3. So it was quite interesting. Wow.
Ms. Cox.
I wanted to bring up, because I haven't heard anyone talk about FRN yet, and it's really already there. So if this board's having somebody go this year, I don't know how much we'd accomplish in Washington, and maybe that's why nobody's brought it up, but.
I continue to be interested in going, whether it's with the support of the board or the support of the stipend that TASB provides.
I didn't get it either.
I think it's a good thing. I know Mr. Chadwell's been, Mr. Colby, Mr. Sellers. I think it's.
Catherine and I've tried to get the stipend, but.
We have. Mr. Chadwell?
My recommendation is I would love to see somebody from the district go every year. I think as a general rule, we should have somebody, if the stipend is only, what is it, $600, $700 that TASB pays, but I think that's if the district would pay the travel and living or the travel and expenses, I think it's a great investment. You really learn a lot about advocating with your elected officials, and I think that was the most valuable. There's a lot of information about national idea and No Child Left Behind, but that doesn't really impact us as much as I think how to learn to negotiate. So my recommendation, if you applied and didn't get it, we should select somebody if they're willing to go. And if two want to go, I have some I have an interest in maybe going again, and but I don't want to take somebody else's place if I can go and use some of my other funds and help defray the cost of that. That's my recommendation, is somebody should go. So, and I'd recommend somebody who maybe hasn't been and has the time. I mean, it's a long weekend, and Miss Seegers, I don't see her here now, but she'll do a great job of giving you a lot of preparing you for information, a lot of what's going on at the national level, and administration will do an excellent job. So, with that said, thank you, Ms. Cox, for bringing that up, and I'll leave it to everybody else.
And yeah, I appreciate that as well. And it may be to put it on the November agenda to select somebody to.
You got to start pretty quick. I mean, you have to apply.
It's actually, the stipends have already been out, so we're not even talking about a stipend, but
registration.
If we need to register someone, we need to do it now. That's why I even brought it up. So I would think that.
It's in February, right?
January.
Into January.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need, as a board, I know we're not posted to talk about it.
I don't know if we have to decide tonight, but maybe tomorrow or the next week, it can be done in email just to make a recommendation. But so.
Okay, so let's just say if you're interested in going, let's let the district know tomorrow, and then we can figure out if we've got more people than resources.
We'll send deadline information tomorrow. Tomorrow's board update. It have gone on the board update.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, I think about it, and then I remember that they didn't want me in the past, and then I have a mental block.
I got an alternate spot, but no one gave it up.
No, they all wanted to go.
I was sad.
So we share the same bitterness.
Maybe we should take a weekend.
We should. Okay, so it appears that we're at the Ms. Ramiro.
Madam President, I move we adjourn. I beat you. Second.
I had one more question.
Oh.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry. Regarding an M?
Yes.
This question was brought up earlier today, and because I was not sure where it was in the policy in regards to e-cigarettes, I was wondering, because I'd seen that usage, and I think Joy Lynn had told us it's there, but I had talked to some other folks that they weren't aware. So I was hoping maybe either at the next meeting that what the policy is regarding e-cigarettes and whether or not that's being enforced on our campuses, because I don't.
And I know, yeah, there's that question. That may be another thing. Could we send out that policy tomorrow so everybody knows where it is and they can decide before the next policy committee if they want to revise it?
I talked to Ms. Donald tonight, and she's going to send a reminder to all secondary administrators and directing them where in the handbook y'all approved it.
We were already on it.
And I know we're supposed to take up a motion to adjourn before anything else, but hope you'll indulge us, Ms. Ramiro.
Oh, you may do it again?
Yes.
Madam President, I move we adjourn.
Okay, we are adjourned at 11:12.